right, everybody, what's going on? Happy Sunday to you and yours. We're here to chew the fat. The new show I'm doing. We're going to chew the fat. We're going to talk not just ECW. We're going to talk the whole career of this man next to me. And I got to say, this fucking guy right here, the love I have for this guy,
right back.
like the guy last week, Johnny Hotbody, he beat the shit out of me. He beat respect into me. And he taught me so much, not about only the business, but life. And I'll be forever indebted to you, Tony. So thank you for coming and doing this.
You're more than welcome, Bay. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, really.
You know, and you said you watched Johnny's interview last week, and I'm going to say to you too, like you and Johnny, and you know, all of us original ECW guys. When I started doing this react and chill with Chubby Dudley, watching the old history of the stuff, I am shocked. Legitimately shocked how much people really not only love that stuff, but they want to know more about it. They want to know about Johnny and Tony and everybody else, and where's everybody and what are they up to, and there's a true appreciation. And even when Todd reached out to me after I announced Chew and Johnny were coming on, and Todd reached out to me, Todd said to me the same exact thing. He's shocked by the response of the Eastern era from his book. He can't believe it.
I mean, that was the beginning. I mean, it was, and the crazy thing is, you cannot talk ECW without TWA.
Yeah, exactly.
We all know that because that's where the hardcore thing all started. Plain and simple.
It's the thing that sucks is there was no, TV.
Right, exactly.
There was video, but there wasn't TV quality video of those shows that Joel ran and promoted. And, like, do you have matches of you and Johnny and the stuff you guys did? Like, videos of it?
Yeah, I see stuff on YouTube. Like, somebody just loaded up The First Blood with me and Johnny.
Really? Okay.
And that match should have never happened. What happened with that, and then I'll go back to my art.
Yeah, that will go back to the beginning.
So what happened when Joel did the first show at Temple?
Okay, it
was just me and Johnny. Johnny was a nervous wreck. He was, nervous. Joel came up to him and said, word for word, "Johnny, I like you. You're a great guy." He says, "You'll never work for me again. You're just, I can't. I don't have no faith in you that you can do this." And Johnny's like, "Oh." Prior to that, because I knew Johnny from South Philly.
Right.
And I was in the business first. And once Johnny was trained, he was trained at the Monster Factory, like I also was, but it was a different location. And I said, "Johnny," I said, "when we go out there, just follow me. Just follow me. It ain't like it is today. You'd sit down and talk for an hour, 2 hours. We did everything on the fly."
Yeah.
And when we went out there, we just tore it up. Because, in fact, after our match, they set up this angle with me and Jules Strongbow to do an Indian strap match. They did they followed that whole angle afterwards and set it up. And I'll never forget, at one point during our first match at Temple, remember Frank Town?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So Frank Town's standing there. I got Johnny. I says, "Johnny," and I says, "Take Frank out." And I threw him, and he clotheslined Frank. Frank got up with the biggest smile on his face. I said, "We got this." So we go in the back. Now, in fact, Paul Heyman was at that show. And I'll tell you my origins with Paul, too. Okay. That's another story. And then they did the angle with me and Jules, and Johnny wasn't on the next show. That next week on the Wrestling Radio, they got flooded with so many calls that says, "We don't want to see Stetson and Strong, but we want to see Stetson and Hotbody again." That's when they set up the First Blood. And from that point on, that was a wrap.
Wow.
That was a wrap.
So that radio show was so important, and it's amazing. That's awesome. All right,
and we grew big.
Yeah.
We were growing 1,500, 2,000 people just off of radio, no TV.
Right.
And the sad part is all our stuff back in the day, if we had TV.
Yeah. It's crazy. Crazy.
So let me tell you how my whole breaking in came about.
So okay, let me ask you this. Like before you even get to that point, like Was there like I'm guessing you were like a true fan growing up watching it on TV all the time.
When I was a kid growing up in the 60s,
Okay.
I'm aging myself, but I'm old. I'll be 65 in March. So my
You look
dad was a
amazing,
big
Tim.
wrestling fan. My grandfather was a big wrestling fan. They loved Bruno Sammartino. And back in the day, they had the arena at 45th and Market Street.
Okay.
So on Saturdays, it's funny. We had back then in the 60s, there was a shoemaker around the corner, and he would always have the posters. And I would come back and say, Dad, they're back this Saturday, Bruno, this, that, and he would always take us to the shows. Back then, tickets were like $3 a pop.
Sure.
Back then, it was when the business was believable.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, back then, I mean, I was a kid and I just fell in love with it. And there were two guys that scared me as a kid, Professor Tanaka and Ivan Koloff. I feared them. And the funny thing is, you fast forward to 1992, the first ECW show was me and Koloff.
Yep.
So that's when I grew in love with the business. When I graduated high school, it wasn't like it is now. There was no internet. I didn't know how to break into the business. I didn't break in until I was 26.
Okay.
So I broke in late.
Was there like a moment though, like when you said like, I want to be a wrestler? Like, was there something you watched on TV that like?
Absolutely.
What was it?
Yeah, it was at a younger age, but then I didn't know how to do it. And then I kind of pushed it to the side and I focused on football. I played semi-pro ball for a while. And then after a while I said, this ain't for me. And that's when I started pursuing like, how can I get into the business? How can I get into the business? And I seen this ad for the Monster Factory. And from there, that was it.
Wow. Okay. So you go to the Monster Factory. Now, what year was that? That was like mid 80s.
That was 1985.
Wow. And was Bigelow there at the Monster Factory at that point?
Yes.
Or did he already?
So here's the story with Scotty.
Okay.
So when I first went to the Monster Factory, so wait, let me backtrack. December, November, September. I showed up at the Monster Factory September of 1985.
Okay.
The first guy, when I went there, it was this airport hangar in Hainesport Township. It was a dump. When I say a dump, in the summer, we'd have to brush out. There were like thousands of dead horse flies in the ring. We have to brush out. In the winter, there was rats running around. They used kerosene. It was a mess. It was an airport hangar.
Okay.
The first guy I met walking through the door was this guy, Mike Moore.
Okay.
Man Mountain Moore. He was an ex-college ball player. He was like 6'5", close to 300 pounds. And I remember I knocked on the door. He opened the door. What do you want, kid? And I'm thinking, now I'm a $185. I'm nothing. I'm thinking, what am I doing here? So I go in, I do my tryout. Everything's cool. I meet Larry. But Scotty was at the point, Bigelow, he was just finishing up his training.
Okay.
So the guy who actually trained me was Bigelow. Scotty, I was in the ring with Bigelow for 3 months straight, 4 nights a week. He taught me everything. He taught me how, and I learned the hard way, which was good because there's so many guys that come up in the business. God forbid you stiff them a little bit and they're ready to,
yeah.
So come December of that year, Scotty had his tryout with McMahon up in Poughkeepsie. Okay. So the night before he had his tryout, Larry Sharp sitting there. I love Larry, but Larry owned the school, but he didn't train me. It was Scotty. Okay. He says, Tone, I want you to go up with Scotty tomorrow. There was a couple of us, me, Jeff Gripley, and a couple other guys. And as we're driving up, Scotty turns to me. He says, Tone, he says, when they ask me who I want to work with, I say I'm going to work with you. And I says, oh, okay. Now, at the time, I was on my way of becoming a bleach blonde, but at the time, my hair was orange.
Okay.
I looked like a knockoff Ronald McDonald. So anyway, so Larry told all of us, is when you get in there, when you're in the locker room, keep your mouth shut and your ears open. Don't say nothing, just listen. So that's when, you meet all the guys, and I was actually sitting with Morocco for a while, and he was like smart me up a little bit to the business. So now they come over. and they're telling Scotty, okay, so you're going on now. This is your dark match. Who do you want to work with? So I'm like standing 10 feet away. He said, I want to work with Tony. And I don't know if it was Freddie Blassie or Jay Strongbow. One of them says, oh, you want to work with that? Not him, that. I said, I'm thinking, oh, wow. So Scotty said, listen, George Scott said it, whoever I want to work with, I want to work with. So he said, all right, you want to ruin your big audition or whatever, so be it.
Oh, shit.
So now me and Scotty are going to work this dark match. So now I'm getting ready to go out through the door.
Mm-hmm.
Door opens. Now it's the regular TV tapings up in Poughkeepsie.
Had you worked any matches before this?
No.
This is your first match.
My first match was in front of a couple thousand people on TV. Well, dark match. So now I walk out and the people are getting on me. Look at his hair and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, wow, what did I get myself into? Now I get in the ring. Now my first few encounters in a wrestling ring, it was like I was in a bubble and I couldn't see outside the ring.
Right.
All I could see was the ring. I couldn't see the people. It was just like, it was surreal. So now here comes Scotty. His head wasn't fully tattooed flame yet. He just had this little bit of something in front of his head. So now they're busting on him. So he gets in the ring. I look at him. He looks at me. I got to cover my face because now I'm starting to laugh. I wasn't nervous because it's Scotty. It's another night at the school.
Right.
So at that point, the bell rings. Scotty kicks the hell out of me. You know, I did what I had to do to put him over, and rightfully so. So no sooner I come down, obviously, and press somebody because, yeah, don't get changed. You're going to work with the Heart Foundation. You're going to work with this one. You're going to work with that one.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I says, all right. So then then they took a liking to me. So I started doing the TV. So after that night with Scotty, the first night, I think I worked with the Heart Foundation. Then we would go back every 3 weeks.
Okay.
And I think after the first or second time I had to work with Savage. Mm-hmm. So I get with Randy before the match and he says, hey, kid, how many matches you had? I says, 3. And he went, oh. He says, all right, just follow me out there. I said, all right. You know, back then you were a punching bag.
Yeah.
You're paying your dues. So I go out there and I do my thing and we're in the ring. We're out of the ring. He's doing this and he finishing me actually with 2 elbows off the top rope. So we come back and he says, oh, that was great. He says, listen, if we ever get to work again, I'll give you a couple spots so you don't look dead.
Okay.
All right, cool. So we continue to do the TV and I'm working with different people. Beefcake Valentine, Hercules Hernandez, Tiger Chung Lee, all these guys. Then it finally comes after a few weeks or a month or two, I have to work with Randy again.
Okay.
So unfortunately, it was a time when George Steele had the crush on Elizabeth, and you know how that went.
Yeah.
So I get with Randy before he says, all right, listen, I'll get with you before. I'm going to give you a couple spots to make you look good, like you're not dead out there, you know, drop kick here, this, that, and the other. I said, all right, cool. So I'm thinking, oh, this is nice. So I actually, prior to that, I had worked with the Heart Foundation twice. And I remember Jim Neinhardt came up to me. He says, oh, thank you so much. You sold so good. My dad was telling me how good you sold, blah, blah, blah. So I was getting a good reputation with the boys over there. So now, hour goes by, 2 hours goes by. I hear, Stetson, you're up. And I'm thinking, well, and talk to Randy. So I go before the door, and there's this table there. Next thing I see is a bouquet of flowers drop right on the table. And I thought, oh, no. So here comes Randy. So I hate to tell you, we got to make it quick. I said, how quick is quick? I'm going to jump you, clothesline you, power slam you, elbow. Hey, that was our job.
Right.
So I'll never forget this. So we go out there, takes off his robe. He's got his sunglasses still on. He jumps me, clotheslines me right in the mouth. My lip splits from here to here. So I take the bump. So now I'm starting to get up because I'm going to feed him for the power slam.
Right.
Next thing I know, I'm on my hands and knees, and here comes the elbow. Bada bing! Boom! I thought, well, that's not cool. So he tosses me out the ring, and I go back down, and and I'm bleeding like a pig from my mouth. And I remember Bret Hart comes up to me and says, "Ooh, what happened?" I said, he says, "This is getting to be a habit around here." Because the last month he split my lip. So Randy comes up to me, says, "Oh, what happened out there?" I says, "The power slam." "Oh, I'm sorry, brother, I forgot." And that was that. So I chalked it up. And then, we went back to, we kept training along the way. And I'll never forget, we were in the Monster Factory on a Monday night, and Poughkeepsie TV tapings would always be on a Tuesday in Poughkeepsie.
Okay.
So Jeff Gripley, we would travel a lot together. And he says, "Tone, what time you picking me up tomorrow?" And Larry Sharp was here. He says, "Pick you up for what?" I says, "The WWF, the TV tapings." He said, "What?" Here, I got in such a good relationship with Jay Strongbow, he would tell me when the next booking was. So by him telling me, that cut Larry out of his percentage.
Oh.
And Larry at that point says, "No, don't do that. They're just humiliating you guys up here." And we stopped. The sad part is, hindsight 2020, if we would have kept going, we would have started getting more work. We were starting to get respect with the boys. They knew we can work and all that stuff. But when you're green in the business, you go by who's going to guide you.
So you guys ended up no-showing it.
Well, we stopped going.
Wow.
And that was it.
Did you like doing that though? Like, I never had it. I did it for the Super Destroyers on ECW TV, but
yeah,
I never wanted to do that. Like, go up on WWE.
At that point, Bay, there wasn't the independence like it was in the years to come.
Right.
Sorry, let me get some of that spice from.
Salute.
So, we just dealt with it. But at the same time, a month after we started doing the TV for WWF, Rick Martel and Dino Bravo had a promotion up in Montreal.
Okay.
So we started going up there. So the way it would play out was we would go up to Montreal on a Saturday, do our TV for Martel, and then on the way back hit Poughkeepsie. That's just how it played out. And when I tell you, Rick Martel, one of the coolest guys in the business, we clicked right away. Everything was good. So they would keep bringing us up until this fateful day. So we had worked for Rick for, I guess, a few months. And then these two guys I trained with at the Monster Factory, this guy Joe and Billy, they did this gimmick, Mass Chaos. So we would go up to Montreal, usually be me and Jeff, and maybe Billy and Joe and we would go do our stuff. So one night we go up to Montreal. This is like after we're up there for a couple months, just doing TV.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Joe were booked in a match against Tom Zink and Dan Crawford.
Okay.
So the finish was going to be Zink was supposed to put me in a sleeper. So we're doing our match. I start the match. I tag after Joe, and Joe's working with Dan Crawford. Bada bing, bada bing. Right in front of me. Now, we're green. We ain't been in the business for 6 months. Crawford gives Joe a suplex and covers him right in front of me. And I see the ref count 1, 2, 3. And I thought, oh, boy. Oh. So I go in the ring. I said, "Joe, why'd you take the pin?" "Oh, the suplex seemed so good. I figured I might as well sell it." So we caught heat from that. Next, I still had, because it was TV, I still had to work with the Tonga Kid. Now, when we went up there, it was Samu and the Tonga Kid. Mike Moore was doing the territory up there. So I worked with him there and all. So me and Sam, we got friendly. Me and Tonga got friendly. So I had to work with Tonga, singles match.
Mm-hmm.
So we're doing our thing. And thinking back then, Larry Sharp says, if anybody shoots you off the ropes and don't call it, don't take it. So Tonga shoots me from the ropes, and he clearly set me up for a Samoan backdrop.
Right.
I got stupid. I grab him and pull him down. When I say he stretched me, he picks me up, and he wasn't kicking and punching me. He suplexed me on my head. He clotheslined where he almost decapitated me. He did this, he did that. And now I figured I screwed up. This is my receipt.
Yeah.
So now he slams me in the middle of the ring, and he comes off. And you know how Samoans are tough, man. You don't play with Samoans. And he headbutts me. Bam! And I thought to myself, thank God it's over. And he don't cover me. He goes up again. Another headbutt, even stiffer. Bam!
Oh.
No cover. So now he goes up again. I think my head's going to pop. It's going to explode because I'm feeling everything. So he splashes me, but doesn't protect me. It was a legit splash.
Oh.
Every ounce of air went out of my body. I'm laying in the middle of the ring. He pins me. He's gone. The ref's gone. I can't move. I can't breathe. So now I said, I got to get out the ring. So I start trying to roll. I'm doing this. So finally I picked up some momentum and I rolled myself out the ring and hit the floor. And I got my breath back and I go in the back. And prior to that, Zink was crying about because I didn't take this sleeper hold. And being trained the way I was, I went up to Tonga. I says, thank you very much, because that was respect.
Sure.
He said, brother, what happened out there? I said, that was totally me. I screwed up. He said, don't worry about it. But after that, we were done.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
now, I didn't know you had worked up in Canada. Now, I remember when Larry Winters was training me before you and Johnny came in after he got hurt. He used to do a work in Canada. He said, were you guys cross paths up there at all?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how me and Larry first met when I was still trying to cut my teeth in the business. Sharp sent us up to Connecticut to do TV for AFA.
Okay.
And I'll never forget. So that night it was TV. So I worked with Jules Strongbow, Jimmy Powers, and Larry Winters. Prior to that, I'd never met Larry. So we do our matches and, do what I had to do. At that point I was able to get in a little of my stuff, how they just want to do their stuff. Mm-hmm. And I noticed from that point, Larry didn't like to take bumps. but through the years, me and Larry got very close. And I'll never forget, there was one time back in through Dick Worley, he hooked me up with Davey O'Hannon. Davey O'Hannon was running Wildwood every Monday night. And Dick took a liking to me. He had me train one of his friends. He was called the Karate Kid. He was horrible. So I had to train him. But by me training him, he got me booked on Davey's show. And I had to put him over, which was a travesty. But I wound up just beating the hell out of him and just letting him pin me afterwards. So then Davey was a true classic guy in the business. I love Davey. Davey used me good all the time. So then I would start working every Monday night in the summer of, I don't know if it was 87, 88, whatever it was. And I remember working one match with Larry down there. So I was putting him over, but I was getting in. I was just starting to get my name going. Yeah. Just starting to get a following. And I remember I cinched him. Back then, I did a lot of suplexing. So I remember I snatched Larry up for a belly to back. And he said, no, I'm not taking it. I says, yes, you are taking that. But back then, I'm like 230. So I was in the gym all the time. I said, no, you're taking it. So I gave it to him. And I remember, Larry didn't like to be hit. And God bless him, rest his soul. I remember I was kicking him at one point and he kept blocking. I said, Larry, stop blocking it because then I'm going to really lay it in. And unfortunately, that's what I had to do. But, they were different days. And the funny thing is, I was just telling my wife this, how I got the Hitman tag.
Yeah, so how did...
That wasn't me.
Were you, doing the Hitman, as you were starting to do indies, as you were doing the jobs for WWF and all that?
No.
Okay.
So this is how it happened. When I first broke into the business, I used my real last name.
Okay.
Tony Mateo. And back then, Bruno Sammartino was a commentator.
Right.
And when he butchered my last name on TV, I'm thinking, well, he's a paisan. How's
I was
he?
gonna say, has the fucking how do
He
you
called
say
me Matteo. Well, it's not that
Mateo?
difficult. It's Matteo.
Yeah.
I said I got to change my name. So I got Stetson out of watching. I'm watching TV one day and I see the Stetson cologne commercial, and it says, Stetson fits. I said, "Ooh, that's it." But I didn't do the hit. I didn't create the Hitman thing. When I start working for DC Drake was booking for the NWF
Okay.
in Jersey. So, in fact, how I even got the first booking with Don was I was still fresh off of my WWF stuff.
Okay.
Because, in fact, I still had the bleach blonde hair. So, a friend of mine where I was this guy on the street, his name was Ivan Cohen. He actually was a boxing manager. He managed Buster Douglas and all. And in fact, that was his. And he was friends with Don. So he put in a word to Don, this guy, good guy. And Don says, nah, he just, I seen him on WWF. It's not good. He said, no, just give him a chance. So I started working for Don. And at that point, I was able to do my own stuff. Mm. So I started working. I worked a lot of things with Jeff Gripley and this, that, and the other. We were doing TV, and then we were running Fort Dix. They would do shows in Fort Dix, and it would be packed because it was all the military.
Sure.
And we were doing TV out of this. I forget, it was somewhere in Jersey, but it was a hockey rink. And I remember the day before we were going to do TV, I was tired of blonde hair. So I got rid of my blonde hair. I made it black. I buzzed it, and I had this big black goatee. So when I showed up at the TV tapings, I had a bandana on, and Don brings me and says, "We're going to tag you with the Hitman thing." I said, "Oh, that's cool." So it's crazy how the day after I get rid of my blonde hair, that's how I got the Hitman thing.
Wow.
And then on that show, I worked with Dr. D, David Schultz.
Oh, how was that?
It's funny when Don introduced me to Schultz. He says, "There's a good guy. Go easy on him." and we had a good match. I put him over and all. Everything was cool. And then from that moment on, that's when I started to gain that whole different persona. And
because I always wondered that, because I was like, here's Tony, this Italian guy from South Philly, doing a Hitman gimmick, but he's got a fucking non-Italian based name. He's using Stetson. Like, I always wondered that.
Dude, that was so looking back, hindsight 2020, and being Italian, I probably would be better off keeping my real name.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. But that's when I really got. Don took care of me back then, and then from there we did. I got some funny stories with Johnny too, but believe me.
Now, how did you just know Johnny from the neighborhood, or? I
knew Johnny. We were training at the same gym.
Okay.
I was already in the business, and he, I met him one day, and he told me he's going to break in. He's going to Sharp School, blah blah blah. And when Johnny was ready to start wrestling, I said, Johnny, and I think this was probably around the time, I don't know if it was Joel had started the TWA then, but I says, here's what we're going to do. We're both from South Philly. Mm-hmm. I said, when it's time for us, I said, we'll get booked with each other. But when the time comes, I said, we got to make these people believe.
Yeah.
And that's what we did. And it's funny because guys that would see our matches, a lot of guys didn't want to work with us because they thought we couldn't work. But we were legitimately stiff with each other for a reason. I mean, we're both not much taller than little people. I mean, Johnny's what, 5'6"? I may have been 5'7" at the time. We're short. But we had to do what we had to do to get noticed. And people legit thought we hated each other.
I did too. Before the very first independent show I went to was Autumn Armageddon 1990, which was in August of 1990. And what did you guys do there? What was the match you guys did there?
Was that a Temple?
No, Civic Center.
Civic Center.
Was it
We
the
had
first?
at the Civic Center. I know we did.
Was it barbed wire? Maybe.
Well, let me tell you something about the barbed wire match too. So we did things to build up to the barbed wire match. We did hair versus hair. We did this. We did that. You know, all this crazy stuff. And I don't want to speak ill of the deceased. I was
Hmm.
very close with Ted
Yeah.
Petty
Hmm.
from back in the day.
Sure.
And I remember Teddy would always, when Teddy used to do a ring rental.
Hmm.
So whenever me and Johnny would do our stuff, Teddy would always come up and says, "Why don't you guys stop this nonsense and wrestle?" And he was so against what we did.
Right.
And when we came out for that barbed wire match, that actually we got bumped for that. And this is a sign of respect. So on that show was Abdul and the original Sheik,
Hmm.
and they were scheduled to go on after us. When Abdul found out we were before them, he went to Joel and says, "I don't want to follow them. Put them on after us." I thought, well, that's cool. So we go out to the bar. As I'm walking to the ring, I'm first, and I look at the way the barbed wire was set up, and I'm thinking, oh, this is nonsense, man. Because all they did was did the top rope,
Yeah.
and then I talked to Teddy about this. He said, "No, you guys got to stop this." And the funny thing is, where did Teddy make his money doing the
Yeah.
crazy stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
And another one back at the time, and Gary Wolf. I love Gary to death. I known him before he broke into the business. He would always come up to me. We were trained at the same gym in South Philly, and he says, "Yo, you know, if you and Johnny stop this nonsense and learn how to wrestle, I'll take you down to the Carolinas." He was working something there. I says, "Gary, this is what we do. This is what
Yeah.
we have to do."
Yeah.
Nobody got it, but we were doing this before they labeled it hardcore.
Right.
That's what we
Right.
needed to do. And along with DC and Larry,
Hmm.
they were doing their stuff. They
Right.
doing some crazy stuff. But the difference was when you were there and you were watching me and Hot Body, you believed it 100%
I when
because
so
we beat the hell out of each other.
when I saw you guys, work on my first independent show, first off, I was completely blown away by the product and everything Joel was putting on,
Right.
and then I go to start wrestling school, a couple weeks later or whatever it was, and then I see you and Hot Body walk in together, and I'm like
You
fuck,
look,
like
yeah,
I'm
what's this?
yeah, I'm like I think I think like a fight's gonna break out right then and there. I legitimately thought you guys hated
Nah,
each
my God, I love Johnny. Johnny loved me. We had this special bond, and this is what we had to do. I mean,
other.
we knew. I said, Johnny, we're little, we're
Yeah,
short, we're like just, you know, we got to do something that's making people believe. And I remember long before we did the Joel stuff, there was this grade school that I actually literally went to grade school to,
yeah.
right
Okay.
around the corner from where I lived in South Philly. And I was friends with the priest. He ran like the thing, and we wound up talking to him. I talked him into putting a show, and me and Johnny did a show there.
Okay.
And there was this guy from the Daily, I can't remember, he was a reporter from Daily News. He was there, and he actually believed we truly, truly, truly hated each other.
Wow.
And people sucked it up. They believed it.
Hmm.
And that's what we had to do. And that's what got us to what we did. And it's funny, I remember all the things me and Johnny did. We did every kind of match you could think of. And I remember he felt bad about one time we did this co-promotion in the Radisson Hotel back in
Yeah.
92. And we were doing a Texas Bull Rope bunkhouse match.
Hmm.
And it was different promotions, Dennis or whatever. And me and Johnny, it was never about who. And it's sad. People think, oh, if you don't get your hand raised, you're not. That's so irrelevant. So me and Johnny would flip flop. You win this time, and
Hmm.
it didn't matter because we did what we had to do. And during that match, I remember we came out. I came at him right away, and my knee blew out right away because I had knee issues.
Oh.
So now we go back in the ring. I'm just beating the hell out of him. And then I said to him at one point, Johnny flipped me over and hit me with the cowbell. It wasn't that Dusty Rhodes copper cowbell.
Yeah.
It was a pewter cowbell. So when he hit me on the top of the head, it knocked me out cold. I was out. So I'm laying there, my eyes roll back in my head, and Finnegan's the ref, and he says, Johnny, cover him. Now, I got out of it quick, like I snapped out of it, but they covered me. In a matter of hours, my eye was out to here, and it was black as black can be. Here, he must have broke a blood vessel that had shot a little blood into my eye. That Monday was the first time I ever was like scared. I went and got a CAT scan where I work, and my head was shaped like an egg. And here was all the blood shot from whatever he damaged to the eye. Johnny felt so bad. I said, John, it was an accident. Don't worry about it. He felt so bad. I said, don't worry about it. Fast forward, when we were doing the Mike Schmidt sports bar stuff, there was this one card, Mike Bruno. This is when I was hooked up with Mike, and I love Mike, but Mike was a nervous wreck too in the ring. So he was working with Glenn, and I was at the corner, and Glenn fireballed him, burned his face, all this gimmick, and I'm covering him. And the gimmick was me and Johnny were scheduled to do a pins anywhere in the building.
Okay.
On the main event that night. So I knew at that spot when I'm taking care of Mike, Johnny's coming out. It's going to hit me in the back of the head with a baseball bat and then stretcher me. So I'm pulling Mike out the ring cover, and Johnny comes up and hits me with this baseball bat and clocks me on the butt. And right away, I feel a lump, and I'm thinking, this mother humper. And I says, you know what? I got to go alone. So I go in the ring because he had to stretch me. So somehow he smashes the bat against the mat. The bat breaks. So now it's splintered. And he swipes at me. And I just managed to just turn my head like this. And he gashed me from here to here. If I didn't turn my head, I would have lost my left eye. So now I got to follow the program. I let him stretch me. So now I go back. They stretch me out. I go back in the locker room. Johnny's on one end. I'm the other. I don't even want to see him. I'm pissed at this point. I go to Don. I says, to DC, I says, Don, lend me your chain. Why? I said, just give me your chain. So we did this angle where Johnny was in the ring, and if I didn't come out to the 10 count, they would.
Weren't you like, I'm kind of like remembering you, like, weren't you bandaged up or something?
I probably was, because we were always juicing back in the day.
Yeah.
That was. So when I came out, I was so enraged. I didn't talk to Johnny the whole time from that opening match and I remember I went after him like an animal because there were people that afterwards that were at the show who knew that me and Johnny were close. And they said to me, what was up with you? You had the devil in your eyes. I just wanted to hurt him, and I just beat him. But then we let it go. I mean, for what we did for all them years, that we didn't have more issues is remarkable. And in fact, after the whole, and I'll get to that, after the whole nonsense with ECW, when we started working for Dino Sano, Dino let us do whatever we wanted. And when I say whatever we wanted. And he would just always book me and Johnny. And we just kept doing bloodier, more violent.
Okay, so let me, since you said that, let me ask, because you guys had this amazing run in TWA, and then the whole ECW thing started, and I want to get all through that stuff too. But you guys started to revisit it a little with Todd, but I know deep down. I know Johnny really didn't want to do it.
Johnny didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Did you want to do it again, or you didn't care?
I did for this reason. And I told him this. I said, Johnny, you got to understand. Yeah, I know these people seen it before, but now it's TV.
Yeah.
We get an opportunity to show them on TV.
Yeah.
And in fact, what Paulie's plan for us was when Paulie first took over the book, he came up to me and Johnny. And word for word, he says, you guys will, as long as I'm here, you guys will always have a job here. Because what you guys started, that's the direction we're headed.
Okay.
Like I said, I knew Paulie from years ago. Paulie was the first guy who took my first promo pics in the business back in '86 when he was doing his.
Okay.
So me and Paulie go back a long ways. In fact, after the first TWA show at Temple, Paulie was at that show, and he had called me that week. I happened to be away.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time I got home, this is back in the 80s, so nobody had the cell phones.
Right.
So the one time he was looking out for me, he says, Tony says, I think he was working with WCW. He says, there's a spot that opened up. You'd be perfect for. I can bring you in full time. He said, you'd be perfect. Because at the time when he see me and Johnny do our first thing, I was on the juice. I was jacked up. And I was, by the time I called him, this business, you snooze, you lose.
Yeah.
So that quick, that spot got filled.
Wow.
So I always liked Paulie back then.
Yeah.
Until further on when Paulie became Paulie.
Mm-hmm.
That was a whole different story.
Okay.
Yeah, but me and Johnny did some we got blackballed from the city of Chambersburg because we were too violent. We were working for Dino. And that's why when people say, "Oh, this stuff is," I don't even want to say the F word, but you know what I mean by the F word.
Yeah.
We went out and we did, and Dino didn't even give us. He just told us who he wanted to go over that night. And like I said, me and Johnny would go back and forth. So we're in Chambersburg, and we go out there, and we're bleeding all over the building. And Dino used to draw great crowds because he used to go into these small towns.
Yeah.
That didn't have wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in Chambersburg and we're doing our thing. So naturally, whenever me and Johnny worked, we'd probably spend maybe 2 minutes in the ring and everything else was on the floor.
Yeah.
And then, so I pulled him to the back of the corner and I put him on a table and there was this fire extinguisher. So I pick up the fire extinguisher and I feel somebody's hand on my shoulder. And when you're out there, I'm really not a violent person, but when I'm doing that, you're in the zone.
Yeah.
And I turn, and the security guard, he says, "You need to put that down right now." I says, "You need to get your hand off of me, or you're going to feel this upside your head." And I wasn't joking.
Wow.
And he backed off. Me and Johnny did our thing, and we're bleeding. It was a double whatever, and blood's everywhere through the building. We go back. Next thing we know, we go to Dino. Dino, I love that. That was awesome. That was awesome. So me and Johnny are sitting there in the back. All these cops come down. They said to Dino, he says, you guys can come back anytime you want. See, them two guys, they ever step foot in Chambersburg again, they're getting arrested. So that's how out of control. That's why when everybody claims, me and Johnny didn't create hardcore. But back in Philly, we brought it back to life.
Yeah.
Because this was always the way back in Memphis. This was the old school. This was wrestling. I grew up believing it because it was believable.
Yeah.
And that's what we wanted people to do. Never, ever, ever, ever. I could say this in confidence. Nobody could ever say they came to one of my shows, one of my matches, and said it was fake. Never.
Sure.
And I would always tell, like through the years, I've trained many, many guys, and I would tell them, I says, you know what? You want to protect your guy? When you're out in front of them people, you better lay that stuff in. You better let them hear it. Don't be slamming your foot. Don't be slapping his. Lay it in.
Yeah.
And I would teach them. There's way, and that's how Bigelow taught me. Certain parts of your body, you can lay it in. It ain't gonna hurt you. It ain't gonna kill you.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. We talked about Larry Winters for a little bit, real quick, and you had said how Larry he didn't like the bump, didn't like to get hit.
He didn't like the bump.
And Larry was my original trainer, Larry and Ron Shaw.
Yeah.
Ron Shaw for like a minute, but mostly Larry. And Larry, he used to stress that in his training, how he didn't like the bump, and everything had to be smooth and light. And then when Larry broke his ankle, and our new trainers are Tony and Johnny, it was like night and day. Like they got in the ring every night and beat the shit out of us. Like we would
That,
have, like people don't understand. They would just say, "All right, it's chop class tonight," and they would put us in the corner and chop us for 2 fucking hours until our
yeah.
asses bleed.
You know what? If you're trained light, you're going to think that's how the business is going to be. But if you're trained tight, I'll give you a perfect example. One of my last matches as a blonde, this was before I started working for Don in NWF.
Okay.
You know, Larry Winters, and I'm sorry, not Larry Sharp, he also had a ring.
Mm-hmm.
So there was this guy, Mark Tedler. He was a promoter from back in the day, and he was an old-time WWF guy.
Okay.
And he ran a show. He was doing a show in North Carolina. So he came to Larry's school. We met him, and he needed a ring for his show.
Mm-hmm.
So Larry said to me, Chris Evans, and this guy, Bobby, can't remember Bobby's last name. So it was 3 of us. So me and Chris Evans and Bobby, we had to take the ring down to North Carolina.
Okay.
And it was on one of the military in Cherry Point, North Carolina. It was on a Marine base or a military base. So we go down, we set up the ring, we go down a day early. And then the next day, we're going to get an opportunity to work the show. So I think Chris was working with Bobby, and Sergeant Slaughter was the main event. He was going to wrestle some German guy.
Okay.
I forget who it was at the time. The German guy couldn't make the trip. So now Mark Tendler's a mess. So we have this little group meeting before the show, and he says, we don't know what to do. Now at the time, I'm tanned, beyond tan. I got bleach blonde hair and a big black goatee, and I was pretty much in shape. So Slaughter looks around and he says, here's what we're going to do. You're going to have a battle royal, and I'm going to wrestle the winner in the main event. And he says, I'm going to wrestle him, meaning me. And I thought, oh, now I'm still relatively cutting my teeth in the business.
Right.
So now me and Slaughter are going to work the main event. So I talked to him before, and he just tells me what the finish is, but I had free reign to do whatever I wanted.
Okay.
So now it's funny. We go out there, and for some reason, there were some of the Minnesota Vikings in the front row. And back then, I remember there was this punter for the Vikings, Vince Coleman.
Okay.
And so I come out to the ring. I'm the heel, and Vince Coleman jumps in the ring, and he's talking nonsense. Now I'm protecting the business because we were told you protect the business no matter what. So I said to him, I says, you need to get out the ring. And he's yapping. So I go to ref. I says, you go tell him if he don't get out the ring, I'm going to hurt him. I'm going to hurt him bad. And I'm not joking. So he goes whisper. So Vince gets out the ring. So now Slaughter comes out. So at the time, Slaughter had Don Kernoodle like coming out to him with him to the ring. So they come out giving all the little flags out, blah, 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 blah. So now we start up, we lock up. I take the heat. Slaughter's going with it. Slaughter's a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
Slaughter's hands were like ham hocks. So now it's time for Slaughter to make a comeback. I'm going to stop right there. Larry Sharp always told me if you're in there with a veteran and they clock you or they stiff you, it's because you did something wrong or you pissed them off. So Slaughter hauls off and punches me in the face, and I went, oh, I must have pissed him off. So now we're working. He's doing this, and he's rough. He's stiff. And I'm cool with that. Bigelow trained me. I know how to deal with that. I wasn't like, oh no, don't hit me again.
Right.
So we go out, we do our thing. I post him. He bleeds. Blah blah blah. So the finish was a clothesline and the Cobra Clutch. So we're back and forth. So he clotheslines me, and I'm thinking, what the frig, man? That was tight. Puts me in the Clover Clutch when I say he almost put me out, he almost put me out. It was that tight. So the match went on, and I felt good about it. It was good. The people loved it, the whole bit. So go in the back, and I let him shower. You know, I give him his space. Don Cornell comes up to me, says, "Oh, here." I says, "Was he okay with that?" He says, "Oh my God, yeah." He says, "Here, he made this money off the gimmicks. He wants you to have it." And he handed me some cash. And I thought, wow, that's different. I never counted this before. So now Sarge comes out, and I go up to him and says, "Hey, thank you so much." I says, "Was everything okay out there?" He said, "Oh, yeah." So I said, being sort of like a greenhorn, I says, "Did I piss you off or do something wrong?" He said, "Oh, my God." He said, "I'm sorry. I should have told you. I don't know how to work light." So all that was just to work. You see, I got to lay everything in because if it don't look good if I work light. And then he says, "You know, if we're ever in the same card, I want to work with you again, blah, blah, blah." So that was an education.
That's funny.
Yep. It's funny how you learn. And then, I mean, I've worked with guys, God, if you chop them. No, it's funny you mentioned Ron Shaw.
Yeah.
The first time I met Joel, I had just came off of knee surgery. I tore my meniscus in the Monster Factory, and 6 weeks after that, I was ready to wrestle again. So, a friend of mine knew Joel from the NWA at the Civic Center. He did like this like newsletter. So we go. I meet Joel. I'm still the bleach blonde at the time, and he says, "I can use you." This Steve King didn't show up, so I'm going to have you work with Ron Shaw. Then I'm going to put you in the Battle Royal. I said, "All right, that's cool." So I'm working with Ron Shaw, and I met Ron prior to that. Okay. So I got him in the corner. I chop him once. No, Tone, no chops, no chops. So I said, "It is what it is, man." You know, I remember Scotty in training. He used to have his handprints every week on my chest for 3 months. Yeah, some guys just
that's fun. Well, it's funny because like when I got into the business in like 90, and then when I finally debuted in 92 and all, everything was
wait. You got into business in 90, and when did you debut?
92.
What happened? Why?
Because I couldn't fucking flip.
I remember that because I was training you at the time.
Yes. Longest student ever.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. We were joined at the hip.
But I came back for 2 years and got my ass beat. You know,
you did. You're a trooper. You didn't quit.
I did. But it's funny because those first few years was the Larry Winter's way of working, and then it all changed. Then it became the Stetson hot body way.
Yeah, we had a different philosophy. We definitely did.
Yeah. Now, so that's how you first met Joel?
I met Joel in Valley Forge, yeah. And then once he started, here's a funny story with Joel Strombo. So before Joel really created TWA, we did this show, and I want to say it might have been in Baltimore, or I don't know. It wasn't in Philly. And he booked me on the show. I think at that point I had got rid of the blonde hair. I don't even remember at that point. But he booked me in an Indian strap match with Jules.
Okay.
So me and Jules are talking before the match, and he says, "Do you ever work an Indian strap match?" I says, "No, you know." He's all right. "Oh, it's difficult." It really wasn't difficult. He says, whenever you do anything with me with this strap, just wrap it around your hands and just punch me in the head. I'll gig, you know, blah, blah, blah. He says, "Don't try to whip me because it's really, you got to, it's an art to do that."
Oh, boy.
So I said, all right. You know, I did what he had to say, did what he did, you know, did what he said. So then at one point, after I beat him, he whips me into the ropes, and I feel crack, crack, crack. And he like leathered my back like it was like ridiculous. And I'm thinking, all right, okay, all right. I got to do what I got to do. So we finished the match, and he was happy with it and all. I says, you know what? Someday we'll have to do this again. So a couple years passed. You know, we were going to do it at that the TWA show, but then they bumped that for Johnny. We had got booked on the show in Jersey City. I forget who the promoter was, but they booked me and Jules in a strap match. But at that point, I was juiced up. I was like 252. And in fact, I'll never forget, Alpha was on the show. And prior to that, I went through some funky body transitions. So at one point, I dropped a lot of excess weight and got into great shape. And I remember one show, Alpha came up to me, he says, Tony, says, why are you so skinny? He says, people in the business think you got AIDS. I said, Alpha, no. I said, no, I just got into good shape. I was lean, I was looking good, and I can go. So anyway, fast forward to this match of me and Jules, I was juiced up, and Alpha says, oh, Tone, that's what you got. You know, Samoans like big. Everything's big. So now I say to Jules, we're sitting down. I says, oh, I'm looking forward to this match, Jules. You know what, Tone? There's not a lot of people out there. We don't have to do the strap match. And I says, Jules, I says, they advertised it. We can't let these people down. No. Let's just do a regular match and we'll call it a day. It's all right. So I go out and I grab the mic and I'm bad mouthing Jules how he don't want to do the strap match. And he comes out, he's looking at me like saying, you bastard. So he gets in the ring. So we put the strap on and he's giving me that evil eye. Like he don't want to do this because I'm not the 190-pound guy you whipped a couple of years ago. Now I'm 250 and I can hold my own. And I'm starting to build up this thing. So we're working. So I hit him. I knock him out the ring, and mysteriously the strap comes off his wrist. So now the strap match is shot. So now we come in. So we're in the middle ring, and I don't know if we were standing face to face or we were like we did something. We were on our knees, and I just gave him a shot. I always thought I was a light worker. Obviously, a lot of people think otherwise. So I punch him. We're going back and forth. The match is over with some double DQ or whatever. So I'm outside the ring. So here comes Jules with a chair, and he stiffs me dead in the head with the chair. I didn't see it coming. And whenever I get stiff like that, I never sold it. Yeah. And I looked at him like really? So we go in the back. I says, Jules. I said, what was up with that chair shot? He said, that was your receipt. I said, receipt for what? He says, you damn near broke my jaw. I didn't realize that I clocked him. But that was the business.
That's so funny. There's like so many funny stories like that, and everybody has it. It's hysterical.
Yeah. There's always something.
Sorry. So Joel ends up starting TWA, and things are going good. But then how, and we mentioned it real quick earlier, how did the whole thing end up with a tag team with you and Mike Bruno?
I wish I knew. That's still one of them unsolved mysteries. He just said, you're going to make Mike, he's going to be another Hitman. And I thought, well, I says, you know what, Joel? And I will go along with the program. Joel was great. I love Joel. He always took care of me. I said, all right. So we start doing our tag gimmick, and then we work with, I remember the time we worked with the Black Hearts and Luna. And Mike was always nervous before every match, no matter what we did. So we're working with them, and it was tight. We worked tight.
Yeah.
Not like super stiff, but snug.
Yeah.
Mike wasn't used to that. And at one point, Luna said to Mike, Luna clocked Mike. I think I don't know if she knocked him loopy or whatever. And I remember I'm outside with Luna, and I remember me and Luna, we did this European tour in '88 together. Luna was a sweetheart. and we're out there on the floor, and she said, "Backdrop me." I says, "No, I will not." Backdrop on. I said, "No." Look, I said, "Luna, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it." So we came in the back. Mike was holding his ear. He was crying. Blah blah blah. But the funniest thing with Mike was whenever he had to work with Hot Body. For some reason, Johnny did not like Mike. When I say Johnny took liberties, Johnny took liberties. So we were doing a show, and it was in Jersey, and I was in Mike's corner, and Johnny's just lighting him up, lighting him up, lighting him up. And Mike comes back in the corner. He's bewildered. I says, "Mike, just punch him one time in the face. Just stiff him. If you hit him once, he'll stop."
Right.
Man, I can't. I'm afraid. I says, "Mike, if you don't do it, he ain't going to stop."
Yeah.
He would not hit him. He would not hit him. So naturally, Johnny continued to take liberties with him. And that's just the way it was. I said, "Mike, just hit him." Yeah, Mike, I love Mike. I remember we were working. I was doing this 5-day run for Rob Russin back in, I don't know, it was 87, 80, 89. I don't know. I lost track. So Rob Russin had me booked with, remember Denny Brown from the NWA?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Denny Brown, and I used to say this before I broke in business, I thought he was a phenomenal worker.
Mm-hmm.
And when Rob Russin booked me, because it was Rob Russin who sent me to Europe, me and Rob were very close. And he said, "I'm going to have you work with Denny for 4 nights straight." He says, you guys will steal the show every night. So the first night we were in the Armory on Roosevelt Boulevard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Remember that? So I go out there. I'm working with Denny. Denny was so friggin' high. So we go out and work, and the match was a mess. It was just horrible. So I come back, and Denny's, out of respect, he was there before me.
Right.
I mean, I says, "Denny," I says, "Listen," I says, "I know how to work." I said, "We just didn't have that chemistry tonight."
Mm-hmm.
I says, "We got to do this again tomorrow night in some other city or whatever. Let's see how it goes." The second night was even worse. So I called Rob Russin.
Was he screwed up again, or
Yes.
just okay?
Yes. So I said, "Rob, I can't work with Denny." I says, "There's no chemistry there. It's not clicking." So the next 2 nights he put me with David Isley from Carolina. David Isley, he worked a lot with the NWA. David, great guy. We always had great matches. So the third night, Denny's watching my match with David.
Mm.
And when we come back, Denny comes up to me and says, "Tony," said, "I got to apologize." He says, "Well, you can really work." He says, "I'm sorry. I was high the last 2 nights." So, hey, it is what it is.
Right.
But the 5th night, they booked me and Mike Bruno against Sandy Beach and Animal's younger brother. He was doing the Terminator gimmick.
Yeah.
So we're in the back. Now I'm with these guys for 5 days straight, and Mike's pacing up and down. I said, "Mike, what's wrong?" I don't feel good about this. They're going to hurt me. They're going to hurt me. They're big. You see how big they are? You see how big they are? I said, "Mike, relax. It'll be fine." No, you don't understand. You don't understand it. Back and forth, back and forth.
Bruno was, I mean, he was definitely bigger than Hot Body. He was probably bigger than you too. I mean, back when
Bruno was in shape.
Yeah.
But Mike didn't. I don't know what it was. Well, after I finish this story, I tell you the first encounter I had with Mike. I think I probably was instrumental into making him feel insecure about the business. So anyway, we go out there. We're working with them guys. So I said, "Mike, I'll start the match." So I'm in there and I tag out. Mike's doing his thing. Comes out. He tags out to me. He said, "Oh my God, they're so light." I said, "Mike, I told you." I says, "Why you're worried about nothing?" So he was cool. The first time I had to work with Mike, Joel was running a show at Norristown Ford.
Okay.
And I knew Mike. I met him and I knew he was training. So he comes up to me. He says, "Tone, what do you want to do?" I says, "I don't know, Mike. I'm not in a good mood today. So let's just do it. Let's just go out there and just shoot on each other." And he was like, "Huh?" So, so I actually didn't tell him anything. And then I remember, and I went out there and I took advantage. I didn't like hurt him, but I put him head first in a trash can. I did all that stupid stuff.
Poor
And I
Bruno.
think I illed him from the business because he didn't trust people then.
Yeah.
I mean, over the years he got it, but
Right.
in the beginning, yeah, he was a nervous wreck all the time. All the time. We did this one thing. We were doing which it was with Joel. We were doing a thing. We were doing these. We were in the Mike Smith sports bar. I think it was. I don't know what day of the week it was, but we went there early just to cut promos.
Okay.
And we had to do this promo, me and Mike. How I was doing the bulk of the talking. How I took him from a paper boy to a hitman, and I will put the hitman hat on him. And like it took him like 15, 20 takes just for him to say, "Yeah, I went from a paper boy to a hitman." He kept messing it up. Joel, Mike. But later that day, me and him had a booking up in Connecticut. We were working on the mask. We were called the 1,000-Degree Ninjas. So I had got us these 2 long red silky tights, and I had the mask. I says, "Mike, whatever I do, just mimic what I do. When they introduce us, we'll do all this karate stuff." So they introduced me first. I'm doing all this karate, and it's not much. If you watch any Bruce Lee movie, you can figure it out. So I'm doing it. So now they introduce Mike, and he starts it, and I had to say, "Mike, stop. It was like a 3-year-old kid trying to do like the tango and had 2 left feet. Like it was just, I says, "Oh my God, Mike, what the hell?" We're so off track of ECW, ain't we?
We haven't even gotten ECW yet.
No,
All right, let's get to let's finish up the TWA and Joel because I mean at that point I still hadn't debuted. I was still trying to fucking flip over there up on Castor Avenue, whatever the hell it was, and listening to the radio show every week, and me personally, I'm finally like getting excited because I got my first date, my first match with Joel was supposed to be at the sports bar, or no, well, he was running the police athletic league.
Or the
not the Roundhouse.
No,
it was, on Broad Street, North Broad Street,
on Broad and the FOP.
Yeah, FOP. That's it. The FOP. Yeah, I was supposed to debut there February. I think it was like Valentine's Day, 1992. And 3 weeks beforehand, Joel drops the bomb on the radio show. Now, did you know that it was going under? Did you have any inkling?
I didn't. It was a shock to me. And the sad part is what Joel did was groundbreaking.
Yeah.
And like I said, if we had TV back then, who knows where we would have went. And there was no internet. There was no that. There was just the radio show. And just off the radio show, the way we used to draw was ridiculous.
Yeah.
When we used to do that Pennsylvania Hall, it was like insane.
I mean, they were like, he used to do those, like the Bar War shows or the FOP, his couple shots a month, and then he would build up for those quarterly, like they were like pay-per-view shows.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were like huge blowout shows. But I'll never forget, I don't know if he said it on the radio show or maybe in one of our meetings that we would have at his apartment or whatever. But I remember him saying, he would do those big shows at the Civic Center, and he's drawing 2,500 people. But where are all those people for the small shows?
Because he brought in all the names for the big shows, and it was a weird time in the business at that point. There was more independents popping up, but when
Yeah.
Joe would put on them big shows, he would bring them people in, man.
Mm-hmm.
People that they didn't see.
Yeah. It was. It was truly. I mean, you said it. It was groundbreaking. He,
Yeah.
Goodhart for the people like us in the know and the people that were around then that knew TWA. It truly changed the business, and it in my eye, like, and I'm say this all the time. I even as a mark and a fan, and then being trying to flip and being in the business and training and being at
Uh-huh.
every one of those shows, I inside the fan in me was still fucking popping for every angle he was doing, whether it was you
Yeah.
and Johnny, Winters and Drake, and everything he was doing. I was popping and was like, this is just gold. This is great stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then when the change happened and he closed up and Todd took over, I was like, this is garbage.
Yeah. What's funny when I met Todd in TWA, and I know Johnny was closer with him in TWA than I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got this connection with Todd.
No.
I never got that gut feeling like this guy's going to do something. And I remember when Todd created ECW, he said to me, he says, I want to get away from splitting you and Johnny up. But yet, when at the same token, the first ECW show at the sports bar was me and Ivan Koloff.
Mm-hmm.
And Ivan, I can't say enough about him. Going back to how I was growing up as a kid,
Right.
at the arena, like two people scared me, Toru Tanaka and Ivan Koloff. And here I am at ECW's first show, and me and Ivan are this semi-main event, and meeting Ivan, and what a gentleman, what a remarkable guy.
Last act.
And I remember when Todd introduced me to Ivan, he says, this is our top baby face. Can you put him over with a DQ? He says, no. He said, let him pin me clean in the middle of the ring. Then we'll come back in a Russian chain match. And that was like, and that first match got me like, I think a 3-page spread in one of the magazines. I'll never forget. It was the victory and the beating of a lifetime. And Ivan was just amazing. Then we came back, and obviously a chain match is bloody.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think after that, he put Ivan with Tommy Cairo. But at one point, let's do Wildman gimmick. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we were doing a show at Tabor.
Okay.
And I forget. You remember Metal Maniac?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. So this night at Tabor, we're in the back, and I remember Jeff, the Metal Maniac, kept telling everybody, "Oh, Morocco trained me, Morocco trained me." And I remember Morocco came in with the shirt, "I did not train the Metal Maniac."
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
So they're doing this thing. They wanted to get the first ECW champion. So we had this two different battle royals, and I think it wound up. I think Sal won one, and then Snooker won the other. But at one point, in the locker room, I'm sitting talking to Jeff, the Metal Maniac, and he had that look, man. He was bulky, big, the long hair, tan out the wazoo, the face paint. So we're talking. So finally I says, Jeff, I says, how long you been in the business? I'm thinking he's been in the business longer than me. So just a few months. I said, oh. So now one of the angles was he was supposed to interfere in the Battle Royal, I think, with Snooker going to win or whatever. And when he was on the apron trying to distract whoever Snooker was in there with, I'm coming out and I'm going to hit him with a chair. So we're talking about in the locker room, and I said, "Hi, Jeff. So you'll know when I hit you with the chair, then you just take the bump, and then they'll do the finish. And he said to me, "How will I know you hit me with the chair?" Oh, I says, "You will know." So I remember when I went out there, and when I say I stiffed him with this chair, it was safe, and I like cracked him. Where in the locker room they heard it. When he came back, he says, "Oh, I guess I did know when you hit me with the chair." But Jeff was a cool guy. Then me and him were doing this thing. We were doing this stuff at the sports bar. But ultimately, Todd wanted to put me in with Sal.
Okay.
Now, Sal had this Wyoming gimmick. I'm coming off of the stuff from TWA. And every time me and Sal would wrestle, it would be out of control. And when I say at least 3 shows that me and Sal worked, whenever we come in the back, Todd was always threatening to fire us because we're too violent. You're doing too much. You're doing this. I says, Todd, this is what you set us to do. And ultimately, me and Sal did this thing where, they did this thing where, he was more Italian than me. Well, he was born in Italy, I'm just right. Because I think he was going to go wrestle in Belgium for like 3-6 months. So we did this loser leave thing. But me and Sal had this great chemistry. But we would also beat the hell out of each other. And that was cool. That's what we did. But Todd didn't want no parts of that hardcore stuff. But he knew at some point he couldn't stay away from it.
Yeah.
Because that's ultimately what the people, people that see me and Johnny, DC, that's what drew these people in.
And that was the thing. Like the product, like when Todd took over, and I knew, like I had heard, his talking with people and people telling me that he didn't want to do the hardcore and he wanted to get away from it and he wanted to change the direction of TWA. Right. And I was just like, oh, this is not going to be good.
We would have just been another Joe Schmo independent.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, eventually we did the crazy stuff. And the funny thing is, when Eddie Gilbert, Larry was the book, this was brought up. Larry was the first booker. Then when Eddie came in, I'll say this. In all the years I've been in the business, there was only one person ever that never lied to me or misguided me, and that was Eddie Gilbert. When I first met Eddie, he came up to me and he says, Tone, he says, this is what I'm going to do with you. A, B, C, D. And that's exactly what we did. A, B, C, D. Eddie was the only guy that never lied to me. And with Eddie, it was cool. I liked him. Some guys didn't. I mean, Eddie was Eddie. I liked the guy. And then when Paulie came in, that's when Paulie came up to me and Hot Body, the whole, you guys always have it, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And then little by little, that just went, I know Johnny was not a big fan of Paulie.
Yeah.
And he did us dirty. I think they put me and Johnny together again after it was, I remember in the Battle Royal, I turned heel on Larry.
Right.
Who had just dropped the straps to Candido and Johnny. I turned heel on Larry. They did a couple matches with me and Larry. And then this Battle Royal that we were in, Tommy Kyrie became the first Pennsylvania champion.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, I wrestled Tommy. I took the title from him. Came back. We did the return match. They announced how, me and Johnny were going to form this hardcore tag thing, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I think once we started, they put the straps on us because they said it was one of those mysterious, we beat Eddie and Doug Gilbert for the strap, or they dropped it, whatever.
Right.
They never gave us a direction. I remember Johnny was saying last week, we came out with the big sunglasses and all this. We didn't know what direction they would have told us straight up, hey, look, we want you to be these South Philly street guys. We would have done it. But they didn't say a word. and we did what we had to do, and then the rest is history. And I know it rubbed Johnny the wrong way. Even when we dropped the strap, we just was in November to remember, and then Tommy Dreamer, Johnny Gunn comes out, boom, 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 quick,
right,
makeshift match, take the straps off of us, and then they were just that was kind of like the beginning of the nonsense. We were still Johnny had left twice. The first time we had just did we had the Bruise Brothers. It was their debut, and they wrestled me and Johnny. They just totally destroyed us, and that just to get them over. But then we were going to do another thing with them, and then Paulie was going to build this angle with me and Johnny. Little by little, we were going to kind of break away, and then Paulie said, "When the time's right, the people were eating up. We'll put you back in the feud."
Right.
At that point, I thought this is great because, the true fans saw us in TWA.
Mm-hmm.
But when we're accumulating this new fans, let them see what we can do.
Right.
Johnny didn't want that. And ultimately, they gave that to Ian and Axel, and you've seen what happened with that. So that was
okay.
At that point, Johnny was on the call.
Like,
we
and
lost that on.
I mean, I remember when they teamed you guys up, I thought that could have been such a great thing because you guys had this major feud, this major history, but then to bring it together, I thought would have been great. Mm-hmm. And so, like you're saying, which would have been even better to give you guys a little run and then split you back up and feud you again would have been fucking perfect.
So that was the angle. But at that point, Johnny, he just had this thing with. I forget the night when he got there at the building before me, and everybody says, "Yo, what's up with your boy?" I said, "What are you talking about? Hot Body had just quit him." Johnny mentioned about that altercation they had.
Yeah.
And then I remember I was looking. Paulie was upstairs. I came in. I looked up. I said, "Paulie, you screwing me again?" Because after the first time when Johnny left, we were done for like 6 months, and they brought me back. And Todd kind of washed his hands out. What can I do, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the night that Johnny finally quit, I looked up at Paul. I said, "You screwing me again?" Because prior to that, I got me, Johnny, Todd, and Paul. And when they brought him back in, I said, "Listen, you guys, we guys been joined at the hip for years." I says, "But his thoughts are not my thoughts."
Right.
I said, "He's going to quit again." I says, "Don't screw me over.
Mm-hmm.
Don't screw me over." No. So that night when I looked up at Paulie, I says, "Yo, Paulie, what are you going to do?" So Joey Styles coming up to me. He said, "No, Tony." I said, "Joey, you can make me the pizza man. I don't care what you do. I just want to work." That's when they gave me that Broad Street Bully gimmick. And
again, I thought that could have worked.
It would have worked. And I'll tell you why. Because I remember the first night I came out with that gimmick, at first I'm thinking, "Oh, what the hell?" But I threw myself into it. And I worked with was Rob Feinstein's friend. I forget his name. Came out and just boom, 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 boom. And it went over. It went even the music. I didn't even know music come out. And I came out to that dun 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 dun. Hey. And
right.
And then they started feeding me into this thing angle with Axel. Axel will come out with a barbed wire bat, come attack me. We would have this back and forth. And I'm thinking, in my mind, wow, barbed wire to hockey stick.
Right.
But ultimately, Paul was just trying to get rid of all the guys who laid the foundation.
Yeah.
And I stuck it out for a while, and then they did this thing with me and JT. Me and JT were the original FBI. Did you know that?
Oh, no.
Yes, we were. So JT, after he took that header, and they thought, they did the whole Italian thing. Me and JT we worked against each other, and then when we tagged together, we were the original FBI, and he was going to teach me how to be Italian. I still was doing the Broad Street Bully gimmick, but during the matches, I would kind of shed the Flyers jersey.
Okay.
And I'll never forget, we had worked with this tag team from Maryland, Bad Crew.
Oh, Bad Crew. Yeah, yeah.
So I know hardcore ways about me. I'm doing what I have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And we're out there working, and JT's working one. And I remember I'm working with the other one, and I'm just laying it in, but not hurting them.
Yeah.
And I remember at one point I had a chair, and he was 10 feet away, and I just heaved it at his head, and I caught him good. Boom. And it was some kind of schmoz where Shane Douglas was coming out and just trashing them afterwards, and me and JT walked out. And I'll never forget, I go in the back, and the guy that I threw the chair at, he's sitting there, and this medic's got ice on his head. I said, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh, that was stiff." I said, "That's how we roll up here." I mean, don't be coming into our home, and this is how we go.
Yeah.
And it got stiff, but that was cool. People ate it up.
Mm-hmm.
And then little by little, I'll never forget the last night that I was in the arena. I go up to Paul. I said, "Paul, what do you got for me tonight?" "Tone, I got nothing for you." I said, "Paul, you got nothing for me?" I said, "Everything I did for this company." "Yeah, I don't know. We got nothing for you." So now I walk away. I'm sitting on this table, and Todd Gordon's there, and I says, "Todd, this is nonsense, man." And I'm just ragging on him how do you do this to us guys? And remember, Tommy Dreamer comes over, and I think at the time we were doing stuff for me and Johnny were doing stuff for Dino, so I was freshly gigged, and Tommy says to me, "Ooh, there's some fresh gig marks." I says, "You know what, Tommy?" I says, "This is from when we used to bleed for this company and get paid nothing just to get it on the map." Word for word, Tommy Dreamer says, "Tone, if it wasn't for you, none of us would be here, and this wouldn't be happening." I said to Tommy, I said, do you mean that?" He said, "Oh my God, yeah, everybody here means it, knows that." I says, "Well, do something for me, Tommy." No, he shrugged his shoulders and says, "What can I do?" Well, he was so tight with Paulie at the time. All he had to do was say, "Paul."
Yeah.
Because I remember the show before that, I was supposed to do this thing, and Taz comes up to me and says, "Tony," says, "Paulie wanted me to come out there after your match and basically suplex you out of your boots and this and that." And I think Taz knew I wasn't going to put up with that.
Mm-hmm.
And Taz says, "I told him no." He says, I got too much respect for you." He said, "All the guys do." He says, I says, "You feel that way?" I said, "Everybody does." I remember there was a show. We did a blackout battle royal at the arena, and where they turned out the lights with this blackout. And I remember Taz saying, "Everybody, stay away from Stetson and Hot Body." People thought we were barbaric. They thought we were insane. But me and Johnny did what we did with each other.
Right.
Yeah, would I be a little snug? Yeah. Yeah, and you know how I learned that? Going back to Davey O'Hannon's Wildwood days, there was this battle royal, and they had Bruiser Brody, Abdul, some big names, and all those other guys. And we're during the battle royal. I'm kind of like not lost, but there was nobody there to grab. So I felt somebody in the corner behind me. So I turned to go after him. Here it's Brody.
Oh,
so now I'm thinking, oh, damn. So I'm with the smoothest working punches, but making it look. He says, "Kid, you want me to sell this? You better lay it in." That's when I realized, you know what? You lay it in.
Yeah.
You're not going to hurt somebody. Just lay it in.
That era when you were as the Broad Street Bully, and that's when I had come back as a Dudley. I remember that feeling, and I just felt like we had already like the core Philly group had already been dismantled. We were in shambles.
Yeah, it
There
was
was
it
there
was
was a
gone.
couple of
It was
us
gone.
crumbs, like so, like trying to get in or floating around. Um, and I just remember seeing that, and it was like watching a family member get screwed over, and I'm like wanting to just like grab and hold and help. But meanwhile, I'm like, who the fuck's helping? Who's helping me? Like, I'm on my
Yeah,
own
no,
fucking life
and it's
raft
funny.
of the Titanic too.
Yeah, I heard what you said. You were talking about that with Johnny and how bad you
Yeah,
felt. And I was trying to be a trooper, man, and
you were.
sticking it out. And
I
people were
I
saying,
I,
"You
I couldn't believe you were. I honestly,
gotta
I
go."
give you credit, man. I really do.
It's weird. It was just, and the crazy thing is with Paul, when during that stretch when he was bringing me and Johnny up, I'll never
Hmm.
forget. I was going through my first divorce, and we were, I guess, I don't know if we were on Sports Channel or whatever. So we're watching the show, and Johnny was doing a thing with Joey Styles. I was working a match with Donnie Allen, but this
Okay.
was the time we were starting to build our thing, and I kept calling Johnny out, Johnny out, Johnny out. So
Mhm.
Johnny's voiceover in it says, and then he made a comment about uh, a girlfriend at the time, who eventually became my second wife, and it was hurtful. And I'll never forget. I picked up the phone and I called Paulie. Paulie don't return calls.
Yeah,
You know that.
yeah,
I call and I was livid, 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 livid. 5 minutes later, I get a call from Paulie, and I said, "Paulie, how do you tell this guy to say this stuff?" I says, "I'm going through a wicked divorce." I says, "And you're going to put this stuff out there, Tone. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want me to do? You want me to put the belt on? You want me?" I said, "I don't need a belt." I said, "Just don't bring my personal
yeah,
life into this stuff." And he was on a different side of Paulie because he knows I wasn't
yeah,
playing. But yeah,
yeah.
it was just a lot of dirty stuff, man. And it's sad. I love doing what I did in the ring. I didn't like that tail end of it because it was nonsense. But I always
Hmm.
liked entertaining people. But the backstage stuff, man, the politics, it's just wow.
It really is.
Yeah.
Like after that, like I went through a couple my two falling outs with ECW. I went through very bad, bitter phases where I just
Uh-huh.
especially turned against ECW. Like as I'm going back and watching stuff now, like this is the first time I've seen it. Like I was so angry and bitter, like I stopped watching after the Hell Rider incident and I got let go,
Yeah.
and then when I walked away as a Dudley. Like I stopped watching both times for a couple years. So did you go through anything like that or?
I was bitter,
Hmm.
and I was bitter for the fact that um that where they wound up being,
Yeah.
me and Johnny definitely should have been on that ride.
Hmm.
I was bitter that the guys who told me years prior stop doing this nonsense were the one making the money, Larry,
Right.
them. And if it wasn't for DC Larry, me and Johnny, and I'll say this till the day I die, wrestling through the years has always been. I grew up watching it and thinking, "Wow, this stuff's believable." And when
Hmm.
we started our stuff, like I said, Memphis was doing that, and we didn't create it. We brought it back to
Yeah.
life because the
Right.
independents in that era, they didn't do that. You weren't even allowed to go out the ring.
Yeah.
But we had this. Joel gave us this freedom, and we did it. And even what listening what you and Johnny said last week about hack and the entrance, and I agree with you. That's just a remarkable entrance. You can't
Hmm.
deny it. But hack, I remember before, like in TWA, I mean, Hack started doing the hardcore stuff because when him and Rebel, who I even hate to bring up his name, would
Yeah.
watch me and Johnny, and it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to happen when we were doing TWA. And then, there were, I worked with Hack so many times. I remember this one show we were doing, me and Larry, winners were tagging me in Hack and Johnny at the sports bar. And I don't know if Hack was like intoxicated. Johnny was being Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we were doing, it was a 6-person tag, I think, because what was Stone Cold's wife years ago? Jeannie.
Yeah, Jeannie Adams,
Remember?
Chris Adams' wife.
Yeah. So she was
Little Jeannie
with us, and then they had, I don't know who they had. I don't know if it was Peaches or whatever. So I remember we started the match, and we're doing this little schmaz in the beginning, and then me and Hack are on the outside, and Hack clocks me in the forehead with a punch. Naturally, I didn't sell it. I go to Larry. I says, "They're acting like idiots. We got to chill them out." So I know Larry wasn't going to chill them out. So I remember we get in the ring, and I'm in there with Hack, and Hack gets me in a leg lock or something, and I grab him by the head, and I yanked his head back, and I says, "You guys need to chill out now, or I'm going to hurt you. Chill out." I said, "Let Johnny know." And I yanked him. I mean, I yanked him tight because at that point I was pissed. So then Johnny comes in. Johnny's acting like a fool, love him to death, and he suplexed me. I didn't sell it the first time. I didn't sell it. And I said, "Johnny, you guys, I don't know." I said, "Just chill out, chill out." And then we settled it down and everything was cool. But back in the day, that's how we did it. But then when with Todd, and I hate to say it, man, I just, like I said, Eddie Gilbert was the only guy that I had complete trust in the business. 100%.
That's crazy.
Because not everybody, I know there were a lot of guys that didn't like him. Oh, I got to step aside for a minute. Just hold.
Yeah.
I'm like, I got to get a reason.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. So
Got a refill.
So I was so cool with Eddie, and I remember when Eddie took over the book. It was right after my first marriage failed, and prior to that, I got in like this phenomenal shape, like ridiculous shape.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Eddie coming up to me at we were at Jaworski's Eagle's Nest.
Okay.
And he says, "Wow, Tone," he says, "I thank you so much. I mean, I think I even cut my hair." He said, "Wow, you really put yourself all out into this." I dropped some serious weight and I was in shape.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that he even came up to me and said that. He didn't have to do that. I mean, Eddie was a remarkable talent. Like his in-ring stuff was phenomenal.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I respected him, just to the ends of the earth. I mean, and there's not many guys in the business that you can really see. You always respect who came before you. That's how we were trained. But then once you get the notice, right?
Yeah.
You're quiet.
Have you talked to Todd at all over the years, or?
The last time I saw Todd, this is a story in itself. So it had to be 9 years ago. And the reason why I remember that is, I'm no spring chicken. So in March, I'll be 65. So like I said, I broke in late. So back in when I was 55, I was living by myself and I bought myself a Harley.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wanted a Harley, and people would always say, "Oh, you're going through midlife crisis." I says, "No, actually, it took me 30 years and 2 marriages to get this." So I had a buddy of mine teach me how to ride. Never been on a bike in my life. So I go out and get this 1350cc Harley, huge bike. So a friend of mine he's teaching me how to ride. And I'm the first time I got on the bike and I turned it on, it's like, wow, this was like a flashback to when I broke into business. Like, what am I thinking? So 2 days after I got the bike, I'm in the back of my apartment in South Philly, and I'm just riding around the back of my apartment building, just getting a feel for the bike.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even hit 20 miles an hour at top speed. So I'm riding around for about an hour. So now I'm right off of Patterson. So I'm figuring, one more time around, I'm going to go on Patterson Avenue and give it a go. So my last time around, as I'm starting to make my turn, I overshot my landmark, and now I'm heading right into a trash compactor. Bay, at this point, I'm going a whopping 12 miles an hour, which is nothing. So now I start overthinking, and I don't know what to do. So what I do is I just turn the wheel real quick. The bike goes over, I go down. It breaks that bone in your ankle.
Oh, fuck.
So it's on my left ankle. So now I'm trying to kick the bike off. The bike is an 800-pound bike. I ain't kicking nothing. So these two guys come out of nowhere. They pick up the bike. So I get up and I put my foot up, and I'm thinking it's going to like do that Joe Theismann thing back in the day when his leg was broke.
Right.
I said, I'm good. Guy says to me, you just learned how to ride? I says, yeah. He says, you're not supposed to learn on a big bike like this. You're supposed to learn on like a 250cc bike. I says, so I can't afford both. Now I continue to ride for about an hour. Now my ankle's going boom, 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 boom. So finally I go.
So you got back on the bike and we kept riding with a broken ankle.
Yes, because I didn't think it was broken.
Do you want to know hardcore? Here we go.
Listen, don't judge me. So anyway, so finally now I go back, put it back where I had to park. So now I have to back it in, and I can't put no pressure on my left ankle. So I'm pushing it back with my right foot. I finally get it there. So I have my youngest that week in Madison. So in fact, the day I broke my ankle that I didn't know it was broken, I had dropped her off to her cousin's house. So I go pick her up, and this was on a Saturday. And that Sunday, I figured I won't ride today. Let me rest my ankle. So the next day, I go to work. So I show up to work. Now I've been in the same place for almost 46 years. So I work in an OR. So now I go to work. I'm in my scrubs, and my boss she said, "What do you got on your feet?" So I had water shoes. She said, "What are you doing with that?" I told her what happened. She says, "Go to the ER. Get." I said, "No, I'm good. I'm a wrestler. I can deal with pain. So that Monday goes by. So I work all day Monday. The next day I go into work. Now I'm friends with some doctors. This guy was a foot doctor. He said, "What's going on with you?" I told him. He said, "Sit down." He said, "Let me see that." He said, "What are you, an idiot?" One more day, the bones would have shot through the inside of my ankle. I broke that bone, and I tore all the ligaments and tendons. But I still worked a day and a half on a broken ankle. And then 6 months later, I was back riding. I don't know why that story was relevant to anything, but
it is. It totally is.
But and I says, I'm so much used to pain. What's the big deal?
Yeah. So all right. So
oh no, go ahead.
So after the whole ECW debacle, did you take bookings anywhere or?
Yeah, I think after ECW, that's when me and Johnny really went hog wild with Dino Santa.
Okay.
So Dino, I forget how we started that, but anyway, we started working with Dino, and Dino knew what we did. And it's funny, back then, I contacted Rob Russin in ECWA because I know Glenn was talking about him.
Yeah. Kettner.
What did I say, Rob?
Rob Russin, yeah.
Jim Kettner.
Jim Kettner.
It's Spice Rum talking. I'm sorry. So I reached out to Jim, and he knew me and Hot Body. I says, Jim, I says, how about having me and Johnny come work for you? He says, well, I can't have you down here. You're just too violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a bust.
That
So
was
anyway,
not
we
his
got
style
connected
at
with
all.
Dino. And Dino, when I say gave us free reign, he gave us free reign, whatever we wanted to do. So when we first went in there, from day one, it was bloody, 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 bloody. And I remember Dino would always do, like, a lot of times do double shots, a Friday and Saturday in these small towns.
Mm-hmm.
Ulrichsburg, Chambersburg, this burg, that burg.
Right.
But he would draw. And I remember we were doing this one shot, and he would have good houses, like packed. And we did this thing where me and Johnny did our stuff. And after the match, it was, typical double DQ, no contest. And we would always go back. We would shoot a promo for the next month.
Mm-hmm.
So Dino happened to come out after the match, and I'm on the mic, and I'm rambling. Because as much as Johnny likes to talk, Johnny was horrible on the mic. I don't know if you ever knew that. Johnny, when we were tagging, he would never want to do anything live. And Johnny could talk, but not when it came to that. So I'm out there and I'm saying, you people want us to come back? Yeah, people into it. And I look at Dino and I whispered, cage. And he nodded. And I said, you want us back in the cage? Yeah. So we were set to do a cage the next month. So the next night we did the same thing in another town. And I said to Dino, cage? He said, yeah, do it again. So we did it again. So the following month we go back. I can't remember what towns they were. So the first night it was a Friday night, we did the cage match, me and Johnny, and we worked our asses off. I mean, we worked hard. The blood, the whole bit. I mean, we worked the way we like to work. We were happy. We would come back in the dressing room. Dino says, he says, guys, that was great. But at the time, Bruno Sammartino was the commentator.
Okay.
He says, listen, he says, Bruno wanted me to tell you, when you do your cage tomorrow night, don't work so hard. You don't need to work that hard. So we tweaked the thing. We tweaked a little bit. It was still intense. We still did what we did, but we just toned it down a bit. Came back. I said, guys, that was good. Here comes Bruno. Now here's my idol growing up in the 60s. He says, guys, I got to tell you. He says, and I'm not saying this because I kind of basically created the cage match. He says, that was the greatest cage match I ever seen. He says, it's a shame it wasn't in Madison Square Garden and here.
Wow.
Those are the moments that make you realize how incredible a business it is.
Yeah.
On that point. The other part of the business, that's a whole nother story.
So then, a few years down the line, you decided to go into the world of promoting.
Yeah, I thought that was coming up. I actually wasn't promoting, I was booking.
Okay.
So that's when I actually thought I was done. But it was in 1999.
Right.
Just came back from my second marriage honeymoon.
Okay.
And a friend of mine was doing this stuff in South Philly. And I remember I ran into him in a gas station one night after my son Michael. He had his little basketball banquet, and so we were talking. We've been out of touch for a few years. It's somebody who grew up, went to high school with, and all that.
Okay.
And he says, "Are you interested in working again?" And I said, "Yeah." I was 40 at the time, so I still had a lot left of me. So we went in, and I remember I had my son come out with me the first few. He was coming out with me for matches. He was Hitman Jr. He was like, I think 12 at the time.
Okay.
And so we started doing our stuff. And eventually, after a couple shows, I took over booking. So because the guy who was the booker was, it was such a weird thing. The promoter's girlfriend, the boyfriend, and he was just doing her dirty, and then we kind of like tried to squeeze him out.
Right.
So we started doing. I started doing the book.
Okay.
So we were doing some things in South Philly, and then did some of the clubs on Columbus Boulevard. I don't know if it was the Aztec. We did a couple things there, and then we ultimately were the first ones to go into Murphy Rec Center.
Murphy Rec, right?
Who ultimately you went in there, and then
after you guys closed up, I took it over.
Because in fact, you caused me to have a big beef with when you brought me in for the retirement match. But I'll get.
Oh, all right, good. Tell me this. Go ahead.
To that. But that. So we were running the Murphy Rec Center. We were doing our thing. So I was the booker. So prior to getting to Murphy, so before I became the booker, they put the strap on me. Once I became the booker, I don't want the strap because I didn't need the strap.
Yeah.
So there was this guy, Jimbo. He worked as this cremator.
Yeah. Okay.
So we were running. I love Jimbo. Jimbo was good. So we were doing this couple series of matches, and I ultimately wanted to give him the strap so I can concentrate on the booking. Because I was never the type that, I got to be a winner, that kind of stuff. That's irrelevant. So once we changed that over in the casket match, and the funny thing is about this casket match,
I remember a casket match.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I was a little like, wow. I knew he was going to put me in the casket. Like, am I going to be cool with this? When he choke slammed me in that coffin, and he shut the lid, that was so peaceful. Like it was like, wow.
Yo, Tone, that's scary. That's fucking scary.
Like, so anyway, so then we continue, and then which led me to meet this guy, Breaker Moran.
Yes.
So that's when I first met Matt. So I was when we doing this, we were working out at a rec center. We were doing this stuff, and I was actually I first did this thing from the beginning. This friend of me, my buddy, his friend we grew up with, this guy Stevie Cava. He was
the mummer, Stevie Cava.
Stevie did everything in life.
He was in the Marines.
Over. He did this, he did that, and he had all his Philly connections, and they were mostly mob. Mm-hmm. But he would sell a lot of tickets. So, when we were meeting at this place, and it was one of the New Year's brigades. And we all knew Stevie, and Stevie was there that night. He was in the brigade. So he comes over, and we start talking, and Stevie says, "Yo, I did some training." So I thought, new promotion, South Philly, let's use Stevie.
Yeah.
So when I first brought Stevie in, I had him working with Greg Spitz.
Okay.
So Greg, I told Greg, I said, Greg, he's green. Just guide him. Just teach him along the way. And when Stevie first came into CWC, I would always do something. I would start this hatred, me and him. Mm-hmm. And eventually we build it. So when me and Stevie when we first did the Murphy Rec Center, I had Matt, I had him working with, I think he was working with Billy Real. We had some other guys working, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And naturally we had Domino and Frankie's story in itself.
we could do hours on Frankie.
Yeah, you can't not.
I love that guy. I love that.
So before the thing with me and Stevie, I told him a couple days earlier. I said, Steve, listen, you didn't pay your dues in this business. I said, when we go out, I'm going to have to really beat you. I mean, I'm going to have to really lay it in and beat you down. That's cool, Tone. I said, Steve, no, listen. I says, I'm really going to have to lay into you. You need to get the respected guys in the back because they feel a certain way. You know, we're working higher up in the card and you're nobody.
Yeah.
So that Friday before the show, I'm driving around where his little hood is, and I see some of the guys that are mob connected in the mob
Right.
that I was friends with. So I roll my window down. They come over. I says, "You guys ready for the show tomorrow?" I said, "Listen, I'm going to tell you now." I said, "I'm going to kick Stevie's ass." Yeah, we know it's all that. I says, "No." I says, "You're not listening to me. He's got to pay his dues. So I got to really like work him over." All right, that's cool. That's cool. So during the match, when I say I beat his ass, and I'm not saying gently, I didn't
I
hurt
kind of
him.
remember this.
And then I remember Angelo Lutz. He was connected.
Oh yeah, I love
And
Angelo.
he was, I don't know if he's Stevie's cousin. At one point, he gets up and he says, "Enough is enough. Enough is enough." It was that. So finally, Stevie paid his in one night. Stevie paid his dues. So then he was accepted. So then, I think that was all. That was the only time me and Stevie worked. We did that. And then and that's when I reconnected with Hot Body. Hot Body came in. I think he was doing his bodybuilding stuff at the time. He was all ripped and tan. I was all jealous and stuff. He was all, little jacked up. So at that point, I wanted to start a program with Breaker.
Okay.
So I brought Breaker in. Breaker had that good look, and I would always put Breaker over, but never clean. So it would keep us going, keep us going, keep us going. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
So at the time, I wanted to keep Stevie working because Stevie sold tickets.
Mm-hmm.
So I started working with our friend Ernesto.
Oh, okay.
You remember Ernesto?
Of course I do.
The sock stuffer.
Okay.
Right? You're not going to acknowledge that?
I guess now would be the perfect time to announce my guest for next week is
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
No, he's not.
I swear to God.
I thought, when I saw that thing, I thought it would be Don. It would be DC.
No. Ernesto Benefica will be on next Sunday.
You know what?
Night.
I think I'm done with this interview now. If that's following me, that's sad.
It's following you.
Ernesto.
Yeah.
You're serious.
I swear to God.
This isn't a rib.
Here's the thing. And even I'll tell you what. He even said, he goes, "Yo, Bay," he goes, "Why do you want to interview me?" He goes, "I was such a small piece of sand in the whole thing." I said, "Because honest to God, you'd be surprised. I get people messaging me. Where's Ernesto? Where's this one? Where's that one?" I plan to I want to talk to every fucking buddy that was involved.
Wow. You know what? I don't know if I should be disillusioned right now, but I got some Ernesto stories.
It's
to
all
lead into that.
You got to look at it this way. What we're doing, it's all a time capsule.
Oh, it's a time capsule.
Oh, it's a time capsule.
All right. So, do you want me to tell you my Ernesto CWC story or the TWA story first?
Stick with the CWC for now. We'll go back to TWA.
So once I start booking, Ernesto reached out to me. I always like Ernie. Says, and I knew he could sell tickets. So I says, "All right, Ernie, I'm going to have you work."
Real quick, too, I just want to say, people are putting questions and comments and all. We're going to go through them all. So I hope everybody's hangs out. We are going to go.
I don't know if I'm rambling off of my.
No.
All right,
no.
Okay.
Drink and ramble.
So I put Ernesto with Stevie. They're both the same size. Stevie's bringing people in from South Philly and so sell tickets. So I got them working this thing.
Okay. Smart. Very smart.
Yes. Well, I'm not as dumb as I look. So I get this call from Ernesto one night. He says, "Tone," and I don't know if we talked about this last week or 2 weeks.
No.
Okay. I might have been talking to Johnny about it. So Ernesto says, "Tone," he says, I like that I'm working, for you and all. He says, "But can I get my hand raised in victory?" I says, "Ernesto," I says, "I'm the booker. I says, I never go over. I says, you don't have to go over to
To be
be over. So he kind of got it. So he was working like his second or third shot with Stevie. So now I felt a little bad because I'm a good-hearted person. I says, all right, Ernesto, when you work with Stevie this week, what we're going to do is it'll be a screw finish. I'm going to come out towards the end of the match with a chair. People were thinking I'm going to clock Stevie because me and Stevie Kava had this hate thing. I'm going to turn around and clock you with the chair. I says, it's a screw finish. You're fine.
Yeah.
All right. So we do the show. I come out and I clock Ernie with the chair and I go back. No sooner I sit down. Now I'm new to this whole booking thing. I'm trying to keep everything running. Somebody comes, not even 3 minutes later. I feel a tap on my shoulder. I say, "Hey, what's up?" He says, "See the guy you just laid out with the chair?" And it was a sweet chair shot. It was nice. It was loud. It was solid. It was tight.
He
I
knows.
said, "Yeah." He's out there DDTing everybody. I said, "He's what?" I get up and I'm walking to the ring. And I remember I had like the Italians shoes on, I had my shorts on, I had my Iverson golden jersey on because I didn't get dressed yet. And I see him coming, he's dragging, I don't know if he was dragging Stevie or he's dragging the ref. I grabbed him by the throat. And I said to him, "You don't want to sell my chair shot?" I clocked him. I slammed him. I picked him up to slam him on the floor. I says, "Don't you dare hold on," because I'll tell you why I said that afterwards. I slammed him, and I kept saying, and back then I used to curse like a truck driver. I don't try to do that no more. And I would, boom, sell that, MFer, sell that, MFer. And I was just peppering him. I was pissed. He came back, and he says, "Tone, I'm sorry." I said, "You're fired." And it's sad because I never felt the need to fire anybody.
Right.
Prior to TWA, 15-man last battle royal. You remember that? This is at the Pennsylvania Hall.
Okay.
So, this is one of Joel's shows.
Mm-hmm.
So we start off with the 15-man last battle royal. So it's going to come down to me and Hack.
Okay.
I'm going over, but yet they're putting Hack over. Mm-hmm. So 13 guys bled. They're gone.
Right.
So I finally gig Hack. He goes out. Peaches got the whole medical kit and does all that. And then she does the old ketchup squirt. I get hit with the ketchup. And Finnegan says, "Oh, I'm bleeding," but it was ketchup. Only time in wrestling that was a gimmick. So they give him the match. No big deal. So we go in the back to the whole prior to. So anyway, so ultimately me and Hack had to come out later and do a match because whoever was third on the card didn't show. But that's neither here nor there. So during the battle royal, prior to, I'm in the back. So now I had the bleeds.
Okay.
So I would always use a number 15 scalpel blade because they were nice and sterile and clean. So all the boys come out there, "Oh, can I get a blade? Can I get a blade?" And I showed them how to gimmick it, So here comes Ernie. "Tone, can I have a blade?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Tone, can you cut me?" I said, "What?" "Yeah, I'm afraid. Can you cut me?" I said, "Come on, Ernie." I says, look, I'll tape it up for you. You do it like this, and when the time no, I'm scared. Can you cut me? I said, "All right, Ernie, I'll cut you." So I put Ernie's blade on my thumb. I put my blade on my finger because I still ultimately, even though I was going over, I still had to do the gimmick afterwards and bleed. So now we go to the ring. This one, Sabu was just starting with us.
Yeah.
And so now I'm kind of like the senior guy in the battle royal. So I'm just kind of watching everybody. And I see Ernie acting like a fool. Guy's got spots planned, and he's pushing them. He's doing this, he's doing that. So I take him, I throw him outside the ring. And I think it was a bunkhouse because I remember I had these pointy cowboy boots on.
Okay.
So I pick him up to slam him on the floor, and he holds me.
Yep.
And that didn't sit well. So I started kicking him with the heel of my boots, and they were heels. So I grabbed him. I says, Ernie, stop screwing around. I says, just stop interfering with guys' things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I throw him back in the ring. Doing my thing, watching everybody. I feel like the mother hen. Ernie's still acting the fool. So finally I grabbed him. I said, Ernie, all right, it's time. You're going home. So the gimmick was I was going to headbutt him 3 times. On the 3rd time I was going to gig him.
Okay.
So I says, you ready? Yeah. 1 headbutt, 2 headbutt, 1 3rd headbutt. Bay. I gigged him from here. Do you remember that movie Deliverance with Burt Reynolds?
Oh.
Do you?
Oh yeah.
You remember that scene with Ned Beatty in the jungle? How he screamed like a pig? That was Ernie. I says, time for you to go. That was it. Ernie never got it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ernie was don't get me wrong, he's a really nice guy.
I like Ernie. I always liked Ernie,
but
he just didn't.
He didn't get like.
Nope.
Me and Pat, when we were the Hell Riders, we worked him and Cody, Frank Cody, one of my best friends in life.
Yeah,
we worked them guys at the Chestnut Cabaret,
and
for weeks leading up to it, we were booked for a month in advance for this match. Like. Ernie was just bitching and complaining. He wanted this and wanted that, wanted this and that. And I called Todd. I'm like, Todd, cause I'm green as fuck. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, this is a fucking shit show. And Todd told me, he said, beat his fucking ass. He said, beat his ass. He goes, I don't know what to tell you. He goes, you're going to have to beat his ass. I said, okay. So I beat his ass. And after that, Todd pulled me inside. He goes, you're booked on every show. He goes, that's best match I ever seen you have. I said, okay.
And it's sad that it's got to, but sometimes it happens and you got to do that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
he did himself wrong. And I think that was his big problem because he sold, he sold tickets for every show. He sold a lot of tickets and was getting booked, but he didn't get it and screwed himself, and he could have maybe gotten a little push somewhere somehow, but he fucked himself.
Yeah. So sometimes it's sad to say. I mean, I've done matches with Ray Odyssey, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Me and Ray Odyssey, we were at a point where it was long after I broke in, but for a while, I kind of ran the Monster Factory.
Okay.
So what happened and how that came about was when Scotty was finally getting his shot down in Memphis, and I knew that was coming up, and Larry was going with him. Larry left me to run the school.
Okay.
But right before that, I had this. Me and Jeff Grippley went down to Puerto Rico. So these guys that we train with, I mentioned earlier, Mass Chaos.
Okay.
They were sending out their resumes, and they had got booked in Puerto Rico. And when they came back, they were happy. They were good workers. So they had Larry sent me and Jeff down to Puerto Rico.
Okay.
At the time, I'm a bleach blonde, but I'm getting to know the business.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like a year after I actually almost really started wrestling. So we go down, and it was different than anything I experienced. So we go to the building, and heels are on one side, babyface are on the other. You don't see each other. You don't talk to each other. So I was a heel. So now at the time they had Eric Emery was one of the top guys. Okay. Me and Eric could have passed for twins because we were the same size, bleach blonde hair, the whole bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking on the sheet because it's TV, and I'm thinking, wow, I don't even see my name. So Victor Granonis.
Okay.
Did I say that name right?
Victor Quinones. Yes.
Quinones.
Quinones.
So he was the guy down there. So I'm looking. I said to him, I says, am I even on the show? Oh yeah, you're here. So they called me Ray Bass. I said, all right, whatever. What the hell do I? So I had two matches. One with Super Medic, who was Jose Estrada,
Okay.
and then my second match was with Sweet Brown Sugar.
Okay.
So now I'm still babe in the woods, still feeling my way in the business. So all I know is I'm the heel. So all I knew what the finish was going to be. I didn't know anything else. Start, middle, this, that, the other. So I go out there. I'm working with Jose, great worker, smooth, easy, easy, easy. So now I'm thinking, I'm going to call a spot.
Oh boy.
Now I don't even know if he understands English or whatever. So I take him in the ropes and I call flying clothesline. So it's either he's going to move out the way and he took it. And I'm thinking, ooh, I like this. So now I start whooping his ass, whooping his ass, whooping his ass. He's working with me, working. Then we set up for the finish. We go home. So I come in the back and I'm thinking, wow, that was cool. This was the first time I think I ever really got to do my stuff in the ring.
Right.
So now 10 minutes later, I'm going back out there with Sweet Brown Sugar. So now I've got a little chip on my shoulder.
Uh-oh.
So I knew the finish. So I said to the ref, I whispered, tell him I'm going to jump him. Ref goes up to him, whispers, and I just see him nod. So now I jump him, and I'm just doing the same thing, getting over, put him over when it's time. So I come back, and Victor comes up to me, and says, hey, do you have a job? I says, yeah, I got a full-time job. He says, can you take off for 6 months? I said, why? I want to bring you down here. And I thought, wow, this is my break. So I will go down there for 6 months, work 7 nights a week. I was so green that instead of giving him my phone number, I gave him Larry's phone number because I thought that was proper etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, Larry's getting ready to take Scotty down to Memphis. When that call came, Larry turned it down, and I was left to run the Monster Factory. That would have changed everything.
Wow.
Crazy, ain't it? Because I didn't have enough common sense to say, hey, look, here's my number. Because
Right.
This is the school I went to. Bookings go through Larry.
Right.
Larry hooked me up. And then before Larry went down to Memphis, he told me, he says, Tone, once we come back, me and Scotty come back, I'm sending you down to Memphis. Never happened. But that Puerto Rico thing, dude, know how big that would have been? 7 nights a week. Yeah, you ain't making no money.
Right.
But the experience is like,
you would have made more money there than in Memphis.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. And the funny thing is, the first night when I went back there one more time, and I remember Ron Starr. He was not our friend.
Yeah.
Ron Starr,
Yeah.
So I'm getting ready for the car to pick us up after the show, and I'm getting ready to go out the door, and Ron Starr grabs me by the back of my shirt and pulls me. He says, "Where you going?" I says, "The car's here." He says, "Oh, we don't do that down here." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "When you're a heel, that's not how it goes." He said, "When I tell you to open that door and run to the car, you run to the car." He said, "All right, go." So I'm running. They were throwing rocks at us. I said, "Wow, they take it serious down here."
Oh yeah.
But the fact is that it was all about one phone call. That would have changed. It would just changed everything. But when you're young,
That was
and you
twice
don't
now.
know,
Twice, Larry.
yep. But it is what it is.
Right. So, all right. So then after the whole CWC run and all that, which whatever happened to Lisa, the old promoter of that? Is she still around?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up because we went on a hiatus,
Right.
and then this guy, I'm pretty sure his name was Bay Ragney, contacted me and says, "Tone," he says, "would you like to come? We're doing a show at the Murphy Rec Center, and once you do your retirement, and then you set up the thing with me and Larry, that caused such a beef
Wait,
that
with
they
who?
were coming to that. What?
That caused the beef with them?
Yes, because that was our building, and I sold out because I was going to do, and I said I got to keep my name out there.
The only reason I went into that building because I thought you guys were done.
No, they took a break, and I told them, I said, we can't take a break over whatever stretch it was. I said, we can't take a break. We got to keep putting shows on. No. Let's take this break for a few months. And then you contacted me, and I thought, well, this sounds cool. That was it. We never ran another show.
Wow.
So thank you very much. But I like working for you.
And you know what? And I'll tell you what. And I'll be the first to admit, when I was promoting shows, I was running on a shoestring fucking budget, and I paid shit. I mean, it was people don't realize. Oh, I'm going to be a promoter. I'm going to do this and do that.
No,
before we even opened the fucking doors, my budget was $1,500 before I even got into the talent because you're renting everything, you're paying rent for the building.
It's no joke.
Yeah, I'm delivering pizzas to put on fucking pizza show. Wrestling shows here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So, when you and Larry worked those shows for me at Murphy Rec, I remember saying to myself, this is funny. This goes back to Larry's way of working. I'm like, Larry bumped more tonight with fucking Tony than he probably has in the past 15 fucking years.
Because Larry knew he had a bump with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny. I'll never forget that night when, and it was my retirement. I came out to the Frank Sinatra My Way, and it was so emotional and all this. And I remember Larry did the thing, and I never forget Jen, who was Jen, my wife back then, was at the show. And I remember when Larry jumped me, and I was just lamping him in the corner. And I remember afterwards, she said, "Why were you hitting Larry so hard?" I said, "I actually wasn't. They were working punch because I know Larry would be, Tone, stop."
I miss Larry so much, man.
Yeah, Larry was something, boy.
He really was. It's still hard to believe he's fucking gone.
Yeah,
it really is. So, all right. No, go ahead. Share that moment.
That was an awkward silence.
Wait, share that moment. I
think it came and went. Oh no, I remember that night you called me when we were doing it. I was like, we were in the midst of CWC, and I remember you called me. Domino was supposed to work with Jimmy Giannetti.
Okay.
Domino got knocked out in the bar. Remember? Somebody broke a bottle over his head.
Okay.
Do you remember this?
Does this lead up to the one where Domino walked out on my match?
No. That's
okay.
No, I remember you calling me. You said, "Tone, can you fill in for Frankie? He got knocked. You got to work with Jimmy, Randy."
Okay.
And it was in the Northeast. And I'll never forget. I said, "Yeah, babe, I'll do it." And Randy was worried that I wouldn't sell for him.
Really?
Because I never sold for him ever.
That's funny.
When we did the
I wonder if he's watching this.
Whenever we did the TWA shows, I don't know what it was. Me and Mike would tag against him and Chuck, and I never sold for Randy. I don't know why. I can't explain it. So I remember the night we did the show. I forget where it was, somewhere in the Northeast or somewhere. And Randy, you had Randy as the champion.
Mm-hmm.
And when I came in, I said, Randy, I promise I'll sell for you. And he still didn't believe me. But I did sell for him.
Yeah.
And I remember we did this thing where it was this wild match. And I forget who was on before us, but the two, was it who are the two dudes that came out with the Slim Fast cans?
Oh,
It was
was it Dr. Ruthless and Aaron?
Aaron,
Himalaya
right?
Players?
Yes. So I remember. So me and Randy, and we were just going with the flow. We didn't have no plan. I knew Randy was going over, and I put him over, and I told him, and I promised I'd sell, and I did. And I remember at one point we're getting a little. I was doing more of my style, and I saw the Slim Fast can,
Oh no!
and it was full. And I thought, wow, this would be a great spot. I'll just hit Randy over the head with it, and then this can's going to explode. So I remember I wailed off and whacked him, and all I heard him say was, "Ow!" It didn't bust. So naturally, I had to hit him again with it. He wasn't happy. I don't think it busted that time either. But I remember that match. But I did finally sell for Randy, first time ever. I never saw. I don't know what it was, Bay. And Randy knew that because he says, "Tone, you're not going to sell for me again." I said, "Randy, I promise I will," and I did.
He used to at around that time. I would start having my problems with fucking asshole Rebel, and I ended up. I begged Janetti. I said, "Please," I said, "I don't want him in a single." I'm like, just let me team him back up with you and do some stuff and just kind of lay back for a little bit so I can figure out what the hell I'm going to do with him. And he used to, after every show, he would just look at me and goes, "Do you realize how much I love you? Just seriously, do you realize how much I fucking love you?"
Oh boy.
So then that was kind of like end run after CWC, and then with me with Liberty All Star Wrestling, and then you did this big comeback, which was, I'll tell you what, no bullshit, it was very fucking inspirational when you came back for Bruno when he started with the.
Oh yeah, so how that came about. So it was in 2009. Mike contacts me. I'm doing TWA again. Back then, my knees were so bad, dude. It was just wicked. I could barely walk. Oh, you got one match left in you. Mike, you were a key member of TWA, and I thought, you can't have a TWA reunion without me. And I remember Johnny came out and did like a manager thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I says, I'll pick who I want to work with.
Right.
So at that point, I went with Breaker. And then Joe Zanoli did this big article where he built this thing where, because the last one I worked with prior to being done was Breaker. How he put me out of wrestling, injured my legs, and blah 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 blah. So I says, I'll do it if I work with Matt. So I called Matt. I says, Matt, here's the situation. I says, you got to put me over. He said, yeah, no problem. Matt, I love Matt. Matt's a great guy. So we do that, and I'm thinking one and done. And prior to that, I was 50 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I got myself back in the gym. I know my main focus was cardio, dieted, and I did what I had to do. And I'll never forget, I says, when I went back in there, it's like I never left.
Yeah.
And it felt right. And then I kept doing it. And then ultimately, that's when Mike did the thing with me and Glenn. And that was such a beautiful thing, me and Glenn. And I mean, when Glenn was talking about the thing with the juggler and the baseballs.
Yeah.
And I remember that match because me and Glenn had some classic stuff, and because it was ideal, and I knew how to juggle, so I'm going to show off my juggling skills. And I remember my daughter Madison; she was young when I went back with Matt. The reason why I went back was Madison was 8.
I just want to say she's here.
What?
Your daughter's here. She's watching.
She said she was going to watch. Oh yeah, I
See?
see. I can't say. Wait, I got to put my. Oh
I
yeah.
was at the comeback show. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Madison. So anyway, so I wanted her to see me wrestle. So I figured at least I can do that.
Yeah.
So I'll never forget. So as we're leading up to it, so she's like a little, she's 8.
Yeah.
So I said, Madison, here's the guy I want to wrestle. So I bring up Breaker's picture. She says, oh, you sure you want to do this? He looks mean. I said, yeah, Madison, I'll be fine. So we wind up doing that. Then that's when, we did. And I worked with Carino a couple times, which was phenomenal. Steve, I love Steve.
Yeah.
And then we ultimately did this thing with me and Glenn. And when it got to the point when me and Glenn did the thing at the ball field, I'm gonna say, Glenn, I'm sorry, because not that I took liberties with Glenn, but I really I thought I abused him a little bit. Because I had all these weapons stored, the bat, the this, the that. And even Madison said at one point, wow, that's you really got carried away. But the funny thing is, when we were doing our thing, and I was talking to Madison earlier tonight, because she didn't know until today, I told her about the podcast. When me and Glenn were doing our thing, we did whatever we did with TWA re-brought to life. Mm-hmm. We were doing this chain match. And it was going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And we were getting ready to set up for the finish. We were like less than a minute away from the finish. I heard my little 8-year-old say, as clear as day, finish him already. And I said to Glenn, I says, wow, that was Madison. She knows we were ready for the finish. And we finished it, and it was so cool. And when I was telling that story tonight, she says, Dad, you got to really tell that story.
That's funny.
So there you go, Madison. That's for you.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it's funny. I had seen recently TWA is coming back again. You have any more left in the tank, Tone?
Listen,
thinking about it.
Listen, my dear friend. So I talked to Mike a week ago. I haven't talked to Mike for a while. So I was going back 2 years ago. So and when I turned 60, I got my knees done. I had both my knees replaced, done at the same day, same time, boom, boom, boom. So now I got these metal knees in me. So Mike contacted me 2 years after that. He says, oh, I'm doing this TWA reunion, blah, blah, blah. You in? I said, yes. Because I figured I got these new knees. I can move again. Let me do it. So I said, let me pick who I want to work with. So I'm thinking about it. So I says, let me work with Josh Adams. Josh Adams does this gimmick. What the hell is it? He has this mask and he's violence.
Okay.
So going back to when the last time I physically saw you was at the ECWA training thing.
Yes.
So Josh will come in like every one day a week, once every 2 weeks, and train the guys. Josh was like a physical phenomenon. He would train them how to. And I appreciated what Josh did. So I says to Mike, I says, well, let me work with Josh. So I reached out to Josh and we were going to do this thing and I was ready. In a matter of a month, I dropped 30 pounds. I was physically ready. mentally ready, mentally ready, and emotionally ready. I was ready to go back in the ring one more time with my new knees. Mike happened to get COVID, which put him in the hospital,
Oh,
which canceled the show. So after that, I said, well, this ain't going to happen. So then I went off my diet and I got fat again. You know how that goes. I got bathroom about a week ago. We were talking, and Mike said, Mike's so paranoid. He says, well, we haven't talked in a while. He said, are you mad at me for canceling the show? I said, no, Mike. I says, will you stop that nonsense? So then he was telling me there's going to be another TWA reunion. He says, are you interested? I said, Mike, I'm done. I says, you want me to come out there and do something, make an appearance? I will. I says, but my wrestling days are over. I says, wow. In fact, today, did I tell you this about my shoulder?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it just snapped. So I don't know what's going on with that. I got these friggin' patches on my arm. So I'm a broken down old man right now. But if Mike wants to do something, I'll do something. I'll be there. I'll support him. But as for wrestling, I know Johnny ain't getting back in the ring again.
Nah.
No.
But he said he would do a manager gimmick. That's about it.
Yeah. So I'm game for that. I'm the bit. It's funny. I've always said, once a wrestler, always a wrestler. It never leaves you. It's always deep down inside. But at some point, you got to come to grasp of what reality is, and you realize your body's broken down.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's it.
I mean, would one day I like to get back in the ring? Yeah, all of us would.
Sure.
All of us would. But we won't want to do it where we make a fool of ourselves, because so many guys lingered on for years, and then when they make their comeback, it's like, oh.
Well, I mean, look at Ric Flair, the greatest worker of all time. That last match he did.
Oh, that was sad. It was
sad and scary.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't good. But it's funny. The fans of today is so different from when we were doing our thing back then.
It's a whole new world.
They understood the business. They got it, but they kind of grasped it. The fans of today with the internet and this, that, and the other, they don't get it.
No.
They don't get it. They don't realize like what you put your body through, and you break your body down just to entertain people and make them believe. And it's sad. It's nowadays everybody like idol worships these NFL players, the basketball players. It's like, wow. If you only knew what we went through. What are you pouring?
The last of my wine.
Oh, all right.
7 million.
See what I got here. Oh, I got to re-pour. I put the bottle next to me. So, and it is what it is. You know what? Do I miss the business? I miss our brothers in the business.
Yeah.
Do I miss the politics? No.
Because
you know what? It's such an evil, cutthroat business. It's sad. It's really sad. And no matter what talent you got, if you don't have it, like they say, oh, he's got it. And look at now. Number one, first of all, I don't watch nothing.
I was going to ask you, do you watch anything at all?
Nothing. If anything, I go on and watch old stuff.
Yeah.
From back in the day, from what I grew up on. And what, nowadays you get these guys, they're gymnasts.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Are they athletes? They're phenomenal athletes, but it's not wrestling.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's I think Johnny said it last week. It's Hollywood. It is
Hollywood.
Totally Hollywood.
Back in the day, I'll give you a perfect example. Me and Johnny would go out, or me and anybody would go out. And as soon as you feel the fit, when all you need to know is, here's our start, here's our finish. Today, and even when I went back into business a few years back, I would see these guys talking for an hour and a
Yeah.
half, talking about spots. First of all, you go out there, and if these people ain't biting on what you're giving them, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
They're so set on what they need, what they planned out. When you go out there, here's our start, here's our finish. If somewhere along that timeline they're not biting, let's step it up.
Yeah.
And you change it and you do what you got to do. And it's sad, people and fans today with the internet and everything else, they think they know the business. They have no idea. No friggin' idea how dirty and evil it is. And that's just the
It
way it is.
it kind of like amazes me, like so many people, from our generation whose now children have decided to get into business. And I've talked to people and I've said to them, I'm like, you actually like are okay with that? Like you were
Yeah,
like you didn't try to talk them out of it?
yeah. People come up to me and say, "Oh, I like." I says, "You don't want to do this.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it." And it's sad. It's there's guys and females that are making some big money,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not what we grew up into.
Mm-hmm. No.
It's different.
I
It's
actually I have a I because I do like these different YouTube things and all, and I have a channel with my fiance now. We do a lot of like kind of like reality show stuff and
yeah,
our business and all. And I met some other YouTubers through that, and this one guy who I've become very very good friends with down in Alabama. His son is a huge wrestling fan, and he just got into the business and started training like 3 months ago. So he's always like sending me videos and all, and
yeah.
what he's doing. And he sent me a video. He's cutting a promo, and then he sends me the thing. And here it's like a backyard show. I'm like, yo, dude, like, time out. What are you doing? Like, no,
Yeah.
like, no, you're now you're getting into something you really shouldn't be getting involved in. If you're in a school and training professionally, don't do this. You're going to like put a bad taste on your name and your gimmick, and people are
Yeah.
going to. And he was like, no, it's totally cool. I'm like, no, it's
No,
not.
it's
Like
actually
in
not
my
cool.
yeah, I'm like in my generation, that's not cool. Like,
You know what? I remember when I broke into the business, and the golden rule was protect the business.
mm-hmm,
You don't talk about the business. You don't expose the business, and
mm-hmm,
that's my mindset, and that's how I always was. And then when they expose the business, it is what it is. And I had so many people come up to me and they start trying to talk to me about it. And as soon as they throw that F word, I says, you guys have no idea
yeah,
what we sacrifice,
mm-hmm,
what we put our bodies through.
mm-hmm,
And I've had people on the street, and guys would say, "Oh, he was a wrestler." He said, "Oh, that's fake." I said, "You want me to show you fake?"
yeah,
And
yeah,
I would say, "You want to feel it,
mm-hmm,
and let them feel it."
yeah,
I said, "Was that fake?" Oh my God, no!
mm-hmm,
Don't knock what we did, because we're suffering now for it. And it's like today in this day and age with this the death matches and all. I give them props. They're going out and doing what they're doing, but where are they going to be in 10 years from now?
yeah, exactly. That's
Your body is broken down, man. And what do you got to show for it? They're not getting paid.
no,
They're not making no money. I
yeah, I don't,
remember years ago, um, I was probably like 53, 54 at the time. And there's this guy that came out of the monster factory, Donnie Hart.
okay,
Big dude. And we just formed this connection. And I guess it was 53, 54, no, 19. I was 53 or 4 at the time. And I
okay,
contacted Dino. I says, Dino, I says, I got this guy. He's a young kid. He's a big kid. He's like 6'4", 280, 290. I says, we can come in and work for you, and I'll give you what me and Johnny Hotbody did. And he was like, oh, yeah, cool, cool. So I remember we went down, did the show in one of Dino's smaller spots. We went out there, did our stuff, me and Donnie. And after the match, Dino says, oh, I'm going to run you guys for 6 months. You got this thing. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. When I got my envelope, I would have been better off if they gave me no envelope. It was so disrespectful. I said, you know what? I said, Donnie, I said, we're done. We're done. This is nonsense. You're going to give me an envelope with $10? What is that? And it's sad. These guys are out there working like crazy. And you hear it all the time. And it's kind of like cliche, but like they're working for a hot dog.
And they're driving all around the country.
For what? Yeah, it's people don't get it. People don't get the wrestling business. And they talk about the WWE and this and that. And I says, you don't realize what a dirty business it is. And it's sad.
I honestly though, like I might have said this to Johnny last week. I wonder if it truly is as dirty now as when we were going through it in the 90s and 2000s.
Probably not.
I don't think it is.
It's different. It's a whole different era.
Yeah.
And the era that I grew up watching wrestling was believable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always been a work.
Mm-hmm.
But back then, like when I first went to the Monster Factory, I truly didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Is this real?
Yeah.
Is this an illusion?
Mm-hmm.
But when you break in with that mindset, you accept whatever comes your way, and you deal with it. Nowadays, it's like, I mean, you got guys in the business that look like they, instead of being a wrestler, they should be riding a skateboard.
Yeah.
Guys at 130 pounds. And
it's a whole new, yeah.
I remember I did this show up in Jersey City. I had worked with Jungle Jim, who came from the Monster Factory.
Yeah.
And back then I was at $175 and I was in shape, like unbelievable shape. So I worked with Jungle Jim, and then I had to do this double shot and I worked a second show on the card.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody didn't show, and I worked on their mask. And I can't remember who I worked with, but they were much bigger than me. And I remember when I went in the back, the State Athletic Commission from New Jersey said to me, he says, listen, he says, if you don't put on some weight and get bigger, you're going to be blackballed from wrestling in New Jersey. And that's how it was back then.
Wow.
And nowadays, you see these guys that are 125, 130 pounds soaking wet. I'm a world champion. It's wrestling, man.
Even Ernesto, like, right. I remember when he came in, I remember saying to myself, take the fact that he like screwed himself out of things, but he was so tiny.
Right.
If he came in today, he wouldn't. They wouldn't have given him a second look. They would have okay.
No.
But it was just not believable 30 years ago when he walked through the door.
No. Listen, when I broke in, my first match was December 9th, 1985 with Bigelow.
Okay.
Back then, the business was so kayfabe.
Mm-hmm.
There were literally monsters in the business, and you had to earn your way.
Right.
And nowadays, when you talk about wrestling schools, they're everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And, there's some credible schools. I mean, there's some schools that produce some incredible
Monster Factory, and I praise Danny Cage for years.
Yeah,
what that fucking guy does is unbelievable.
But there's so many nonsense schools that it's like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
And don't feed people. I remember Larry Sharp always says, always keep your day job.
Mm.
And this is when I was breaking in, and the business was kayfabe, and I always kept my day job.
Right.
And in fact, I remember in 1988, Rob Russin booked me on this tour of Europe. We did 3 weeks, and it was awesome. It was great. And because I had two young children at the time, I had to turn down 5 European tours
Wow.
because my work wouldn't let me go. That alone, that's another thing
Yeah.
that would have set something up totally different. I missed tours of Austria, New Zealand. Um, I mean, um, what's the one place? So many tours I missed because they wouldn't let me do it. But
Wow.
I said I need a steady job to provide for my family,
Yeah.
and it was so different back then, and you had to do what you had to do.
Mm-hmm.
I always said this was a single man's business.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Totally.
100%. If you got a family, you can't go to some territory and 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 earn your stripes or whatever you want to call it and be able to provide for what's up here. You
Yeah.
can't do it.
No, it's truth.
It's crazy.
So, all right, let me run through all these comments and questions here. We got Jay Crinity, the Broad Street Bully. Nick Infanti, 1992, says, "What was it like working with Eddie Gilbert when he was the booker for NWA ECW in 1993?"
As I mentioned before, Eddie, I loved Eddie. Eddie Gilbert was the only guy who was honest with me 100%, no matter what. I respected Eddie. Eddie respected me for what I contributed. But then, unfortunately, Eddie was pushed out.
Yeah. All right. DG Plays Favorite says, "Hello to all." Andrew Harrison, "Hey Tony, is there a possibility of you making a comeback from one more run, even if it's a manager, or even doing one more match?"
I can see, it's funny. People said, "Oh, you can always go back as a manager." Uh, as sweet as that sounds, I can't see myself not getting involved and doing what I do, no matter how broken down my body is. So, I have one more match? Everybody's got one more match, but is it realistic? That's the thing.
That's a good. That's the thing too. Like as you were saying that, I was saying the same thing to myself. Like I almost couldn't see you just being a manager because I
No, I
know
can't do that.
you'd want to be fucking involved.
Yeah, I can't just do it like the manager gimmick, and people say, just being part of business. That's not, to me, being that's not part of business.
Yeah.
I took pride in when I was in the ring that no matter what I did, people believed it.
Mm-hmm.
And through the years, and even when I was the head trainer at ECWA, I would tell those guys, I says, listen, I says, you got to make people believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let people think, oh, wow, this is nonsense. You know what? And if ever you're in a situation where you're outside the ring, you're in front of people, you gotta let them believe it, man. Don't be stomping your feet, smacking your arm, smacking your leg. Lay it in, lay it in.
Yeah. That's it. All right, TM, who is Tom Mishnick, which I don't know if you remember Tom.
I
Tom
do.
was okay. He was a vital part of ECW and then helped me a lot with Liberty All Star Wrestling. And here it seems like he's talking about you and Johnny. He said, "Yep, that's what I always thought, that they had legit hated each other. So kudos to them for getting that over. Great matches they had, and I was at Autumn Armageddon 1990."
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, me and Johnny had this thing. We had such a close bond, and that was our goal. And I always told Johnny from the beginning, I says, when we go out there and we're doing our thing, I says we're going to beat the hell out of each other. I says I'm not out there to hurt you. You're not out there to hurt me. Although Johnny did have some miscues over the years, and we settled that. But yeah, man, me and Johnny were tight because we couldn't do what we did if we didn't have that connection.
Johnny brought up last week, and it is very, very true and an important question to ask, and that how and actually Glenn even brought it up too. All the concussions
Oh
that
my
they
God.
like. I know I've had a shit ton. Like,
Let me tell you, I'm so brain dead, it's not even funny. And I think I talked to you this earlier that I got double vision now.
yeah, yeah,
And I had to get rid of my motorcycle because of the fact that from all the chair shots, if I look to my left, I got double vision. I have trouble driving at night
oh,
because of it. And I've seen a doctor about it, and it's because it's my left eye is so damaged from the chair shots that if they tried to fix my right eye, my left eye, wait, my right eye would be bad. So yeah, did we sacrifice? 100%.
yeah. People have no clue.
No, no.
All right, Phil Sly, good old ref Phil Sly. What's up, A? Tony knows how much I love him and always call him legend. I like making him feel old sometimes. I saw him work Nikita Mokovich in 1986 in South Philly. He's a true Hall
Oh
of
my
Famer.
God, yeah, that was
I never heard that name.
so Nikita Mokovich. Remember I mentioned about my friends Joe and Billy from Mass Chaos
Yes.
from the Monster Factory. So Joe ultimately became Nikita Mokovich, and we did this thing in South Philly. It was the first time we did um, this small gym. It's right around the corner from me, and Joe did this Nikita gimmick, and this was early. I was still a bleach blonde at the time, and we did this thing. And yeah, Joe was a great guy. He actually got out of business not long after he started. He became a prison guard.
Okay.
But yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Joe was the guy who got us fired from Montreal. He was one that took the temperature for.
Oh. All right, Nick and Fonte. What was it like working with Raven in 1995? Now, did you know Scotty from back in his Monster Factory days?
Scotty from the. So me and Scotty broke in after me, and he was training at the Monster Factory. Scotty the Body. So me and
Mm-hmm.
Scotty go way back. And when they brought me and Hot Body back and did the thing with Scotty in '95, it was cool. And I had a big hand in training Stevie Richards,
Mm-hmm.
Mike. So I remember whenever I was in the ring with training Stevie, we pound him and beat him down. Stevie
Yeah,
never
that's when
complained.
I was.
So I knew
That was there. Yeah.
I knew Stevie Mike. Well, I'm going to say Mike he was destined to succeed in this business. The thing with me and Johnny and Hot Body and Raven, that was cool. That was actually when they first brought us back.
Mm-hmm.
But then they quickly came back after Johnny had left early, and they kind of like pushed us out for 6 months. I remember I was working with Tommy Dreamer in Hamburg Fieldhouse, and we did this match, and the finish was Nancy Woman threw the cane in the ring, and I naturally didn't reach it, and Tommy hit me with the cane for the finish. So at the time, me and Tommy were doing our match, and I remember I took like 60% of the match. I truly believe Tommy respected me for what I did.
Okay.
And when they finally aired that on TV, it showed none of my stuff. So they edited everything out. Fast forward to when me and Johnny came back and did the Raven thing, and we did that the gauntlet match, me and Tommy and Johnny and
Right.
Tommy, that the whole bit. Same thing. Tommy says, I took like 60% of the match, if not more. And when they aired it, it looked like I did nothing.
Unbelievable.
So well then, but that's Paulie. That's how Paulie was.
All right. Let's see. Phoenix. Memories of you and hot body matches with the Rottens.
Yeah, here's another story. I remember we worked with them a few times, and at the time we had the straps, and there was one time we did the show at the arena, and for some reason we were technically still a chance, but when we came out, they didn't have the belts on us. And I remember Johnny shooting Axel into the ropes, and he clotheslined me, broke his nose because I heard the pop from the corner.
Oh crap!
Thinking, oh boy! But yeah, that was a whole different story. I liked Ian and Axel, and ultimately they took our feud from us because
Right.
Johnny quit, and that's that.
All right. Here's a name. Here's another ECW original and Tri-State Wrestling Alliance original. The one and only Gigolo Joe Zinoli. Tony!
I got so many memories with Joe.
I love Joe.
Joe
will be on here. Joe will be on here in the hot seat at some point.
Joe, don't take offense to this. I remember we did this show for Joel at my old high school Almirada, Bishop high school Almirada. You know what I'm saying? My high school at Newman, and I knew Joe for years. I love Joe, and he had ref the match with Bigelow and Abdullah.
Okay.
And I'll never forget. At some point during the match, Abby clocked Joe.
I know.
And after the match, Joe comes down and he's outside on the step, and I go out there to console him. And he's, Abby really clocked me. He really hit me. I also remember this time, Joe was driving me and Johnny. We were coming from some show. I don't know where it was. We were on the expressway. I'm in the front seat with Joe. Johnny's in the back, and Johnny thought for some reason it'd be funny to cover Joe's eyes while he's on the expressway. Oh my God, Joe.
Yeah, how about and I know I brought it up to Glenn. I don't know if I said it to Johnny last week, but the meetings that we used to have at Goodhart's apartment.
Let me tell you something about
that. They were so epic, and it was always like Gigolo Joe was the butt of all the jokes.
Yeah, Gigolo. Wow. It's funny. Back in the day when we used to do those meetings with Joel, Johnny would take his oldest son, Johnny.
Right.
I will take Michael to the meetings, and for some reason, Johnny's son Johnny and my son Michael would always get into it and always kind of roughhouse. And we always thought, wow, Johnny, how cool would this be? Would be Hot Body Senior and Hot Body Junior and Hitman Junior Senior. And I'll never forget, they would go into another room and beat the hell out of each other. And I remember one time my son came up to me, he says, he came up crying to me, he says, oh, Johnny hurt me. I said, Mike, go back and punch him in the face. And he did. The next thing I know, Johnny came up. Little Johnny came up the hot bike. He says, Michael hit punched me.
That's hysterical. Let me. Nikita Mokovich, Matt. Nikita's Mokovich is like he's got fans tonight.
Wow,
Match was
that's
at
crazy.
Epiphany.
Yeah, at Epiphany. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I remember. I it's weird. I remember I was still bleach blonde and Joe was and I came out to that song I Need a Hero.
Yeah.
With the whole American thing. And it was cool. Yeah, me and Joe was a cool guy. Yeah. Then he didn't stay too long in the business. He did what he did and that was it.
You know, it's funny. Joe says here, and Joe, you're absolutely right. And as this interview was going on, I was saying to myself, not Mount Rushmore, but I was saying to myself, the holy trinity of Philly indie wrestling is Tony, Hot Body, Larry, and Drake.
100%.
Yeah.
We took it to another level, and DC and Larry, what they did was like remarkable.
Yeah.
And I always have to say, me and Johnny, we did the same type of thing, but we did it stiffer, and we did it harder. And I'll always say, me and Johnny picked up where Brody and Abby left off. I'll just always say that because that's what we did, and we knew what we had to do. And I love Larry to death and DC. Oh my God, I got to give him so much props.
Absolutely.
And it's funny. Back in the day, me and DC worked a lot. I remember working the show down in God knows where, and this was TWA, and we're doing our crazy stuff, and we go up through the stands, and DC's starting to climb over the beam at the top of the building, and he wanted me to follow him on the beam. Now we're like 30 feet from above the floor, and I'm saying no. DC's saying, follow me. I said, no. I wasn't falling to my death on that match. And it's funny, DC wanted
finally you said no though.
Yeah, I had to say, you know what? I'm not stupid. Yeah, me and DC had some things, man. DC, it was funny how the thing would in this wrestling business, how DC never wanted to hire me. Then because of my friend talked him into hire me, and then how we did so many things together. I remember we did this on that same show that Joe got clocked by Abby in South Philly. Me and DC were doing I think we were doing a chain match, and he had Nancy with him, and we're doing our stuff, and me and DC always had some just easy matches. And Don, forgive me if you're watching this or you hear this down the line. He would always wear this kind of like abdominal binder, like whatever it is, or a girdle. And I remember I had him, I'm beating him at the side of the ring, and I'm pulling his girdle up, and he says, stop it. Yeah, me and Don, boy, we had some things, man.
That's cool. Hysterical.
It was so cool.
Hitman versus the Blackhearts. Luna beat the shit out of Mike. He was screaming, get her off of me.
He was 100% screaming. He was so scared. Oh my God. Yeah, he was a mess. And I said, Mike, this is the business. Oh, he was a mess.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, Uncle Luna. Ivan, I don't know if Luna punched his eardrum out or something. I
kind of remember that. I kind of remember, like, didn't he have maybe like a busted eardrum or something after that?
Yeah, Luna cracked. Luna didn't play.
Yeah.
Which was cool, but Mike wasn't used to that.
Ref Phil Sly says, I will come out of retirement for one more match. Either Stetson versus my man David Isley. I can't read that. What's that say? Or Stetson versus Stetson with Gigolo Joe Zanoli versus Mike Bruno in a street fight. There we
Well,
go.
all right. First of all, David
There we
Isley,
go.
who I love and adore, is done. Me and David always had me and David Isley always had some great matches, but I think he's done. As for Mike Bruno, oh boy, yeah, I'll do whatever at this point. Phil, I love you, buddy.
Let's see. What's he saying here? At referee. I can't. My screen's like fucked up. I can't even read that. Sorry, Joe. All right, Mishnik's back. Did Tony mean Jersey Devil Feinstein's buddy Doug Gentry?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Doug. Yeah, Doug was. It's funny when we did that gimmick. It was so cool, and I was so over, and I thought that, oh, well, here's a new beginning for me. But naturally, Paulie was Paulie, and that was a wrap. Yeah, that was a cool gimmick. It
All
could have
right,
went so much further.
it totally could have. Jay Trinity, Bay, the way you flip to the said exactly. Wait, to the what? To the. I can't read that word because my screen's screwed up. Exactly how I did it when I had my tryout decades ago. Oh, when I flipped to the side.
How I did it when.
So, hey, Cornetti, were you there? Did you see me flip to the side in those 2 years of training?
Yeah, Bay would always flip to the side.
There we go. Flip
No
to the
offense,
side.
Bay.
No, hey, no, okay, that's the same thing. I think. Oh, Veronica. That's right.
Oh,
Vivacious Veronica.
look at Joe. Joe's such the
He don't forget,
the wrestling historian.
especially when he came to the ladies. Joe does not forget.
Oh boy, I can tell you stories.
My old building, the Murphy Rec Center. I was getting paid to work and watch wrestling. Bay made me work security at one of his shows there.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to say too, Breaker Morant, somebody who I want to put over and say he was a guy who when you were booking him, I mean he was green and all, and I was like,
Yeah.
And then I started using him because of the South Philly thing. But here's a guy all these years later who fucking has busted his hump and stuck with it, and he became a really great worker in any.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Matt.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's funny about me and Matt? So after we were doing the CWC thing, Matt contacts me. He says, "Oh, I got this guy down in, I think it was Delaware. He's and the organization, his
Organization.
Yes, thank you so much, Bay. Was Hardcore Wrestling Alliance. So Matt got me booked with him to do a show. I said, all right, that's cool. So it's funny. At the time, it was a summer show, and I was actually at the Poconos. My in-laws had a house up there, so my son was with me. So I says, all right, I'll do the show. So me and my son Michael go down, do the show. So I'm working with Matt. So we were doing his first blood match.
Okay.
For this organization called Hardcore Wrestling Alliance. Remember I said that?
Yes.
So me and Matt set out to do the show. It was First Blood. So I'm putting Matt over. Matt got me the booking. I had no problem with that. So we go out, we do our stuff, and we were all over everything. Boom, 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 boom. So naturally, I'm putting Matt over, so I'm going to bleed first. Matt wanted to bleed also. I said, all right, Matt. I says, I got this old keyboard from this computer. So I took out all the bottom stuff from the computer that would kind of clip them.
Mm-hmm.
I says, after you go over, I'll go back in the locker room, get the keyboard, come back out and crack you over the head with it. So now I know that for me to make an impression, I got to really hit him.
Mm-hmm.
So I crack him in the head with the keyboard to the point where every key pops off and goes all over the place. We do what we have to do. Do you know the promoter never booked me again? Do you know why?
Because you were too hardcore.
I was too hardcore and too violent. Your organization is Hardcore Wrestling Alliance. What does that even mean?
That means he was a jabroni and didn't even know what he was getting involved in.
Amen.
All right. I remember Orwigsburg.
Wow. We had so many. Orwigsburg was with Dino.
Yes.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Was Mike Bruno related to Bruno Sammartino?
Oh, my God. No.
Bruno versus Ernesto in a Legends match.
I'd rather be home taking a nap.
Bruno is his message. This is from Gigolo Joe. Bruno is messaging me asking, "Is Tony putting me over?"
Absolutely not.
Oh, please. Oh, let's see. Laugh out loud. You never asked someone to gig you. I guess that was when
boy.
Ernesto asked it.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I don't even know if I should say this out loud. Ref Phil Sly says Bruno's hairpiece is tougher than his actual wrestling.
You know what's funny? And this was a show for you, Bay. I can't remember what year it was and where we're at this point, but you did something up in Delaware County.
Okay.
And I think you had me and Rebel booked, and Mike Bruno came in the ring. He did a run in, and I remember saying, "Don't touch my hair! Don't touch my hair! Don't touch my hair!" And this is after years I haven't seen Mike.
And the funny thing is Zanoli comments, "Watch the hair."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mike and his hair.
Let's see. Oh, here's another one from Madison that we missed. When I meet someone that loves wrestling, I show them the old school videos of actual wrestling, aka my dad, and their jaws drop. They have no idea how it used to be. Look at that. That's from coming from
That's
Madison.
my daughter.
I love it. I love it.
That's my daughter.
Oh,
God
my
knows
God.
I love her. Yeah, she was in for a whole world when, like I said, when I went back in, she was 8, and she seen some things, and she always remembers. She would always come to me all the shows. What Mike would promote, and then I remember this one show when I worked with Steve Carino, and she always remember when I took him. We were doing this thing where I put his head through the wall, and she always thought that was the funniest thing.
Oh, that's so funny. Tony, Johnny, Drake, and Larry's kids need to be honored and acknowledged in the ring. Oh.
You know what's funny? And it's sad because the way timeline works, and the whole ECW arena thing, and that the banners and all that.
Yeah.
And the fact that me and Johnny are not up there, it's just like
it's ridiculous.
It's like we're forgotten.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, it's what we did, what DC and Larry did, that created this insanity. And that's the best thing I can do is say insanity. And then once ECW started, they wanted to tone it down. And then once Paulie came in, he brought in his boys, Dreamer, Taz, blah, 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 blah. It's sad. It's sad.
No, what? No,
realize.
No, and you've been open and honest all night, but no bullshit aside. Like, does it hurt? Like, not. Cause look, fucking, I know what you did. The people watching know what you did. Many people know what you did, but does it hurt not having that acknowledgement?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. And you know what's funny? Uh, People that, like, for instance, people that I work with, will meet somebody and they'll say, "Oh, he's a wrestler. He was a wrestler," and the first thing to talk about is the Randy Savage match. And I says, "You know what, dude?" I said, "I did so much more than that.
Mm.
Breaking in, everybody, and I mean everybody, paid their dues.
Yeah.
Everybody. But some people don't see beyond that.
Yeah.
And what me and Johnny did, what me and DC and Larry did, that was groundbreaking
Hmm.
because back then nobody did it.
It's true.
And then when these people came along after us and made money, made a good payday from what we created, it's discouraging. It's sad.
Yeah.
And for us not to be up hanging on that in that arena, like Johnny said to you last week, he found that arena. It was his
Yeah.
his connection.
Yeah.
But you know what? The business is what it is. It's
Hmm.
dirty, it's evil, and it's wicked.
It's true. Let's see. We need to do an interview all about Mike Bruno.
Wow, that'll last about a minute and a half.
Uh, Fans of today are more interested in the dirt than what's in the ring.
That's the truth. Because you know what? When you look at the business today, and like I said, I don't watch nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. In today's wrestling business, it's let's talk about WWE. They'll they'll go out and get these athletes or people that didn't put time in the business and then make them superstars. There
Hmm.
are so many talented people out there, and I've seen this over the years that should have been signed years ago, but it's all about politics.
Yeah.
It's all about who you know,
Hmm.
and that's it. And that's sad
Hmm.
because talent don't mean nothing.
Huh?
It doesn't mean nothing what you contribute to the business.
Let me see. Yeah, there's a very good statement. Phil Sly says there are no fans anymore. They're all in the business.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Everybody, because of the internet and everything else, they think they know. They have
Yeah.
no clue, no clue, no clue, no clue.
Yeah.
And the thing is, unless you're in the business and you experience what me, guys like Johnny experienced, they don't get it,
Hmm.
and they think they know. And when we try to confront them with it, they think you're the idiot. But yet, we went through it, and we know what we sacrificed, and our bodies are broken down. Our bodies are busted up.
Hmm. I
So,
think when that point came when there was like a lot of backyarders trying to cross over and get into the business and all, when people would just be like, "Who let this fucking guy in my business?" I that was like there was not a truer statement than that.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's you see these backyarders, and I remember a couple years ago, uh, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, when Mike was doing the ECWA, and we were doing the thing at the arena. Feinstein had this, the thing with
Yeah, icons.
the icons,
Yeah.
and I remember I took my daughter Madison there with me. So, and I remember, and she was like 16 at the time. I remember these guys like flirting with her, and I went in totally father mode.
Hmm.
I says, "Yo, what's up with you guys?" "Oh, we're wrestlers." I says, "You're wrestlers?" I said, "What do you do?" "We're back here." I says, "You know what, dude?" I says, "You have no idea. So many people try to they think they know what the business is,
Mm-hmm.
but in reality, they have no clue.
Yeah.
And the fans of today, it's idol worshiping, and it's so different. It's so
Yeah.
different. The business of today, these guys didn't. Some did. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Paid their dues and earned their stripes. But there's so many that are like, wow, what is this?
Yeah.
That's why I got no time or no energy to like the business what it is today. It's just ridiculous.
Jiggle. This is hysterical. Jiggle Joe.
Oh boy.
When Luna was beating the shit out of Mike, I told Mike, just play dead, maybe she'll go away.
Yeah, Mike was so afraid of Luna. Yeah, Mike had some issues. Yeah,
uh,
Mike wasn't happy that night. I remember that night. Mike was like, "Oh my God, she hurt me. She hurt me." I said, "Mike, man up, man. Really."
the the first and last show, my good friends Andrew and Cameron. If you could change one thing about your career, what would it be? Ooh, that's a good question.
I would I would have been more uh, open to when people offer me opportunities to give them to embrace it. Like I said earlier with my whole Puerto Rico thing, like if I would have reached out to Victor Renones and gave him my number, that would
Hmm.
have changed my career dramatically. Um, but back then, we were taught you got to go through where you were trained, and unfortunately, at that point, I didn't know it was as dirty a business as it is.
Right.
And yeah,
Hmm.
you live and learn.
All right. I'm trying to. I'm sorry. I know this. This is Shorty. My first two 8x10s were Hot Body and Tony. They were given to me by my brother's friend, Tommy Pace.
Tommy Pace.
Tommy Pace, I think it is.
I
But
remember Tommy Pace. Pace was a good friend of mine. I gotta put on my glasses so I can read this.
but there was quite a few people commenting earlier on Facebook. As I was putting up about tonight, and they were saying both you or Johnny, you guys were their first wrestling autograph.
Yeah, what's funny? I can remember back in the day, and doing the autographs after the shows, and it was like wow, we're like nobody, but yet these people like really embrace us.
Hmm.
In fact, I remember one show after I did it at the Chester Cabaret when Todd did the ECW.
Hmm.
The woman came up and gave me a bouquet of flowers. I thought, wow, I must me really be making an impression.
There were some fun shows, those cabaret shows.
Them cabaret shows were great.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you a funny cabaret story. I remember I was doing a match with Sal Balomo, and I was getting ready to go out through the curtain. And at the time, I was just experimenting with different gimmicks like to wear. And I had on this outfit, and I can't remember who it was. I don't know if it was Larry Winters or somebody else. He says, "Where you going?" I says, "My music's playing. I have to go out. I'm working with Sal." So I had on this purple singlet with these hot pink biker shorts. They says, "You can't go out like that. You look like an Easter egg." And then I looked in the mirror. I says, "Oh my God." So as my music's playing, I'm changing my gimmick because I look like wow. And Easter egg's not too hardcore, is it?
It's hysterical. Joe says Abby apologized. He said it was good for the business, though.
It was good for business. You know what? Being stiff every now and then is good. Unfortunately, Joe wasn't used to being punched in the face, but yeah, that was good for the business.
He also says, "Oh my God, I remember Johnny covering my eyes when I was driving."
Yeah, that was wow. Joe, when I say Joe freaked out, Johnny, what are you doing? I can't see. I can't see.
There's a great Joe story that I want to save until he comes on here because I remember him just like complaining about it for the longest time. Madison says she loves you,
And I love her. She's my little princess.
and
You know, I
Twitchy's a new
remember
one.
what's that?
Twitchy. Now go ahead, say what you were going to say.
No. What's she saying?
Twitchy says, "You have any funny hot body stories?"
Oh my God, hot body stories. Wow. Um. So me and Johnny Hot Body, we were like joined at the hip, and Hot Body. Wow, Johnny, you know I love you, but wow, how do I even go about this? We did so many crazy things together, and wow, I don't think I could say this on, on this. Yeah, Johnny was. Yeah, I got to pass on that one. Yeah, I got
Okay,
some crazy hot body stories.
that's funny. Okay, so I was just going to say, like, have you ever thought about like doing a book or anything? Have you, Todd wrote a book. Did you
Oh, Todd.
go down that road at all, or?
Let me tell you something. That whole Todd is God is such nonsense. And people told me for years, "Oh, you need to write a book. You need to write a book." And the thing is, so many guys in the business have wrote a book, and I got stories that I can tell that not that it would expose the business because the business has been exposed for years,
Right.
but yeah, if I yeah any of us, I know Johnny can write a book, I can write a book,
Hmm.
and it's sad because the business, if you take out the backstage politics, the business when we were in it was awesome,
Yeah.
but the backstage politics
Ruins
was
it.
so evil,
Yeah.
evil. It's
Now,
sad.
I mean, Johnny was very, very open and vocal last week about his feelings about Todd and how he feels very, jaded and
Yeah,
screwed over
absolutely,
by Todd. Did you have those same feelings, or?
absolute 100%, because Um, Todd, in my opinion, Todd became a puppet. Uh, I remember when ECW folded, and they Todd was involved with this other promotion, ECW. I forget what it was, and I called Todd. I says, "Todd, can you get me booked?" And he said, "Oh, Hack's the booker." And I'm thinking, wow, here's a guy, Hack, that um, picked up all his hardcore stuff from me and Johnny, and yet never had the time of day for us to pursue anything post ECW.
Mm,
ECW was it just when Paulie took over, he brought all his New York guys in,
hmm.
Dreamer, Taz, all the rest of them, and it was like it was us who brought you to this game.
Yeah.
How do you just like push us away?
Hmm.
It's just wicked business,
Yeah.
wicked.
Twitchy asks, any thoughts on Stevie Richards?
Let me tell you about Stevie. So Stevie, me and Johnny have part of training Stevie,
Hmm.
and I knew from day one the way we used to train him and beat his ass we knew he was meant to really be something
Yeah.
in this business. And I respect Mike Mann, the
Mhm.
man who was Stevie Richards.
Yeah.
And I can remember we did this show. I guess it was somewhere in Northeast. It was an ECW show, and we. I got so much respect for Mike Manna. Mike Manna never complained, and we did this
Yeah.
battle royal,
He
and
took a lot of beatings, man.
he took a lot of beatings, and Mike never complained. This
Mhm.
battle royal, we when we came back in the locker room, he had like 27 handprints on him from chops. And I remember hearing some interview with Todd, how me and Hot Body and all the other guys abused Mike. But you know what? That was Mike's crossing over into being able to deal with whatever he had to deal with. And I have total respect for Mike. I respect the fact that I was part of his training, and I have all nothing but love for Steve Richards, aka Mike Manna.
It's funny because like me and Richards were going through school together as you guys were beating our asses 4 nights a week, and I agreed. Like I knew from the time he walked through the door, he was a complete natural and was going to go far in the
Yeah,
business.
he never complained, never complained.
No,
And when I say when we trained him, we abused him. That's not being like dramatic.
it's true.
We abused Mike, but
Yeah,
and I knew the fact that we abused him and he never complained. He was going to definitely make a mark in this
yeah.
business. God bless him. I respect Mike, and I'm happy for that he never got involved in all the nonsense.
Yeah,
He
he
made
always
a
got the level
career
head.
out of it. He
Yeah,
made some money. Good for him.
yeah. You know what though with him, it's crazy because when you say that about Todd with him, um, in early ECW before we got TV, the funny thing was Richards was the very first match in ECW history with Janetti,
Right.
and Todd and Larry were booking him here and there, and my tryout match um, at the Variety Club camp was me and Pat as the Hell Riders against
Right.
Richards and I think his name was the Delaware Dynamo or Destroyer.
Oh my God. Yeah. He was I think he was Bulldog Brower's son.
Okay,
Yeah. Because I
so
remember for a stretch Bulldog Brower was
was
part of
coming
it, and he brought his son into it, and
right,
he did a few things, but not much.
right, and then after that, Todd and Larry started booking me and Pat, and then they stopped booking Richards. And Stevie used to come to all the shows, and he would always be
Yep.
like, "Can you talk to Todd, talk to Larry, get me booked, get me booked, get me booked." And then for that long, they stopped booking him. They would not. They didn't want no parts of him. And then
No.
somehow he made a connection with Scotty
Yep.
as that thing. And if it wasn't for Richards, he was the one that brought me
Yeah.
back to Dudley. He was the one that put the word in and said he called me up and said, "Yo, you got to be part of this Dudley thing."
Yeah. Stevie he's an amazing guy, and he was Mike is different from anyone in business for what he accomplished and the fact that he came out clean
Yeah, that's
with the
huge.
business being so dirty.
Hmm.
And you know what I mean by that.
Yeah, of course.
And you know what? Looking back, um, hindsight's 2020. And if me and Johnny would have stayed for that long haul, who knows if we would even be here right now.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, I've said this about myself. I kind of like thank God like I didn't get to that next level because I think if I would have ended up in WCW or
Yeah.
WWE, I'd be fucking dead. I really do.
Yeah. That's the truth. I know. You know, I'm on a personal note. I all those years that I spent with Joel and even with Todd, I was drug free, and there was a stretch after the fact. Once I hit a certain age, and like so many in the business got addicted to drugs and
Yeah.
painkillers, and there was a stretch I was like for 15 years I was hooked on Vicodins and like all that stuff, and because your body's so broken down,
Yeah.
and it's only by the grace of God that I survived.
Wow. I had
You
no
know,
idea.
it's funny. When I met my third wife after my second marriage fell apart, and I met my wife. She's from the Bahamas.
Okay.
She's a little bit darker than me, needless to say. And and I know this will turn a lot of people off, and I don't like to go on this my soapbox, but I gotta say this. And she brought me closer to God. And through the years, uh, I realized that you know God has a plan for all of us,
Hmm.
and I'll never forget. No matter how much she got me closer to God, I wasn't. There was something missing. And in June 21st, 2022, I surrendered my life to God. I surrendered my life to Jesus, our Savior. And from that moment on, I have such peace in my life that
Wow.
I can accept the things in my life. And I'm not saying my life is perfect,
Sure.
but uh, I give my all my praise and glory to our Lord Savior Jesus Christ. I became a born again Christian, and I think that truly saved me because of everything I went through in my life. It was our Lord Jesus Christ that saved me, that keeps me going day in, day out. No matter how difficult our life may be, it's Him that saved me.
That's beautiful.
I mean, there was a point in my life that whenever I would speak to anyone, every other word would be F this, F that, F that, F this, F that. That's not me no more.
Hmm.
And when you can come to find peace in your life, that's a beautiful thing. And you
Sure.
forgive those who did you wrong in your past, and that's the only way now in this day and age that I survive.
So saying that, and you said earlier, you felt like you were wronged by Todd. Would you talk to Todd now? Like, is there any ill will or hard feelings
I
against
I
him?
I forgive all those who did me wrong. So would I talk to Todd? Yeah. Would I want to know why he did what he did? Sure. But it is what's done is done.
Yeah.
You can't change the past. You can always only put hope and trust in the future.
Hmm.
And I know Johnny, when I spoke to Johnny Johnny feels bad for I remember, how I said how he was such a hole and what he did in the business. And
Yeah.
me and Johnny always had this love between us.
Sure.
And I seen Johnny take liberties with guys, and this, that, and the other. But you know what? You gotta come to reality in life and know, you know what? This is what it is, and let me be a positive to people who may not feel that.
Yeah.
People, in this day and age, I know this is getting off the whole wrestling thing. In this day and age, I it breaks my heart to see so many people in this country that are homeless, that don't have food, don't know how they're going to get through the day without having food, for having this, for having that. we gotta feel blessed. Yeah, we did what we did,
Yeah.
regardless how good, bad, or ugly it was. We were given that opportunity. So many people in life, and it's not because a lot of people say, "Oh, homeless people, because they're on drugs." Or that's not always the case.
Yeah.
There's so many people out there for one bad mistake, one wrongdoing that they did that caused them to not have nothing.
Yeah.
And you gotta have in your heart that love for these people. Like, wow, my life isn't that bad. What I
Mm-hmm.
went through isn't that bad. So many people are out there suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad. This country that we live in, they don't care about us. It's sad.
True. It's very
It's
true.
very sad.
It's very true. Getting deep, Tone. Getting deep.
Well, you know what? That's who I am now. And you know what? I realized, and that's more than life. Life is more than what we think it is. And there's always that higher being, and that is Jesus Christ. And I don't mean to come across and let people start tuning out because I'm going on my soapbox, but it is what it is.
It's the
It is
truth.
what it is.
All right. So first and last hit show, they said, "What would you say was the greatest moment of your career?" That's a good question too.
You know what? In all the matches I did, and I think one of the highlights, aside from me, everything Johnny did, that'll always be like number one. But I remember when the first ECW show with Ivan Koloff, and then we did the chain match. That was like so surreal to me. That here's this guy that I feared as a child,
Mm-hmm.
and here I am, and he's such a good guy and such a I mean, like his heart, like he actually became years ago. I mean, I remember following, even him. Ivan became, everybody in this business had their demons.
Yeah.
Whether I mean, that's just the way the business is. But he turned his life around,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that what I did with Ivan on the first ECW show and the second ECW show, that will always go down as like such an unbelievable moment in my life.
That's awesome. I actually got the chance. I actually interviewed Ivan on my old show before we started doing video,
Uh
and this
huh.
was it was probably about a year or two before he passed away. I got to see if I think I have it up on YouTube somewhere. I got to see if I still have that. It was a good really good conversation. It was and like talking to him and working a lot of shows with him over the years. I mean, he was just truly first off, seeing him for me through the 80s and all. I was
Right.
like this monster villain with the cape and then this
Yep.
Russian and then he's like this little nice guy. Like
He is. eh, To sum it up, he is a gentleman.
yes,
He is.
absolutely.
He is just like pure and whole,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that like you cannot imagine. And it's funny. I remember when the first match me and Ivan had. He says, "Listen, you can do anything you want to me, but I can't slam you because my shoulders this, my shoulders." He was just remarkable. He was just that was that was like a part in the business where I said, "Wow, this is amazing." Here's this guy who did so much in the business, and he's willing to give me so much.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
That's awesome. Great times. Great times. Tony, this
Yeah,
has been fucking amazing. And I still curse and I'm sorry. But
that's okay. I hey, look, you are you. I am me.
this has been so amazing. And what I want to do um, as I get a couple more of these interviews under my belt with this whole ECW thing, I really, really would like to do like a TWA reunion night and get all of us on here with Joel, because I think these ECW people, as this channel builds and this time capsule builds that I'm working on here, really needs to acknowledge and give credit where credit's due. And I think Joel and everybody
Absolutely.
involved in TWA should be acknowledged and given some type of praise.
I agree 100%. Joel was so he was such a visionary at the time, and what he did was so groundbreaking. And it's sad that everything went under
Yeah.
Joel, and what Joel created is what ECW became.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I can't give props to Todd for that, because Todd just followed Joel's lead.
It's funny when it comes to Todd. Like my early impressions of Todd was like, all right, well, here's the guy with the money, and he really
Right.
doesn't know the business.
No.
And that was my impressions back then. But now, as like I'm sitting and watching TV, the TV old ECW, and even these early things from Eastern Championship Wrestling, I'm like, I gotta give fucking Todd credit. He was in the role he was in for TV. He was fucking good for a guy that
No.
had no training and didn't know what the fuck he was doing. He was
No,
fucking.
I'm not going to deny that. Todd went with the program and Todd became something. But you can't, it's funny. People that don't know the business, and I'm talking even fans, where it all started, where it all created. Yeah, what Todd did was, and what Todd became was cool,
Mm-hmm.
but it's sad. Like, when you say, can you put your trust in, when you put your trust in people in the business, like I said, I can't talk enough about Eddie Gilbert, but I feel the same way about Joel.
Yeah.
Do I feel the same way about Todd? No, because Todd got so wrapped up in it. Did he create something special? Did he really create it? Or did we create it and he just went with it?
Yeah. I mean, well, and then Paul took it.
And
I think
Paul,
Eddie was like on a path, but then when Eddie left, I mean, Paul just took it and just.
listen, my thing with Paul, and I won't knock him for this. Paul's mind for the business is untouched.
Mm-hmm.
His his creativity, his all this, that, and the other, untouched.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I can't help but the fact that how Paul screwed me, Johnny, and so many others in the business. And there was a point where what me and Johnny created, what DC and Larry created,
Mm-hmm.
which Paulie ran on. Okay, DC didn't do much with ECW. Larry was in the early stage of ECW, but Paulie's about Paulie.
Yeah.
I don't knock him for his mind in the wrestling. He's got an incredible mind for wrestling, but the fact that he was so comfortable screwing over so many people in the business, it's hard for me to let that go. Do I hold a grudge? No, because I forgive, and this is me being a Christian. I forgive all those who did wrong. But you know what? What's right is right. And Paulie was about Paulie. Paulie was about the almighty dollar.
Yeah.
And the fact that me and Johnny, I don't want this to sound petty, but the fact that me and Johnny were involved in the growth of ECW because of it's what we created, along with DC and Larry. people didn't look at wrestling back then as that. It's what we started,
Yeah.
and it's what ECW turned into, and the guys that made the money that knocked me and Johnny for doing what we did. Yeah, I have a problem with that. Do I forgive them? Yes, I do. Do I have peace in my heart? Yeah. And it's not because of what they did to us, because of how I feel right now. But Paul is evil. Paul is evil. Does he know how to make money for himself? Absolutely. Does he have an incredible mind for the business? 100%. But you know what? Did these guys ever think of what they're doing to the people that started it all? No, they don't care. And that's why I'm so, not that I'm bitter, because years ago I was bitter. I let that go. But
Hmm.
it's sad. It's sad. Like, not to be petty, like, where's me and Johnny's action figures? Where's this? Where's that? Where's our banner hanging in the ECW arena? It's not.
Yeah.
Don't, it is what it is. I
If
don't know if that sounds bitter or what, but it's just my feelings.
if you were on a convention doing a signing and
Mm.
Paulie is there as well, and Paulie came over to you, what would you say?
It's funny. A few years back, before I met my wife now, I had did this um, I guess this interview, and people said to me, and this is I was in a different area of my life. People said, and I said this live on TV, on whatever this was we were doing. If you seen Paulie on the street, what would you do? And at that point, I said, honestly, I would knife him.
Wow.
Now that wasn't nice to say.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way now because I let that go. But I remember saying that, and that's how I truly felt at the time. Uh, Paulie, if I came across him today, I guess I would just say why.
Hmm.
You told me and Johnny this. You told me this. That you told why? Like how? Like is it you're that evil of a person?
Yeah.
And I don't want to believe people are that evil, but unfortunately, in this day and age, that's how it is.
Hmm.
So, I don't, like I said, I forgive whoever did me wrong. And in this business, and you know this as well as I do, many
Hmm.
people did us wrong,
Yeah.
lies, deceptions. But I would just have to ask them why. And I don't think I'd get an answer.
Or an honest answer.
Well, duh.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
forget honesty. But like to think people as they get older they change and but that's not everybody, and it's sad. It's sad.
Yeah. It's true. All right. Let's see. The last question we got here. Jay Crinity. No, I just saw you flip to the side on one of your videos versus Super Destroyers. I don't know what that's about.
So it's funny with the Super Destroyers, AJ and
Doug.
Doug, love those guys.
Yeah.
And it's funny they put me and Larry were running this angle with them, and they put us over. And it's funny every time I see even AJ post something on Facebook. We were the longest rating tag team champs, and I love AJ, and I always say, and I always want to respond, but I don't want to stir up no controversy. Yeah, but who knocked you off your pedestal? And it was me and Larry. Then me and Larry, we were blessed to have that title for what 24 hours, I think.
Wow.
But that was cool because that's what created me to turn into a heel.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Good times. Good times. Tony, this has been absolutely amazing, man.
Yes, it has.
Oh,
And I hope I didn't disappoint nobody, especially going on my soapbox and blah, blah,
uh,
blah.
whatever. You didn't disappoint nobody. I also saw you talking about it in the shoot you did where you flipped to the side. I don't think it was a big deal at all, but it worked, and it still worked.
What's
So,
that?
where you flipped to the side, I guess something with the super destroyers. You
I
talked about it.
flipped to the side.
You talked about it in a shoot interview, I guess.
Wait, let me read this. I got to put my glasses on. And also, I don't know what that means. Flip to the side.
I don't know.
So somebody's saying I didn't take a good bump.
You flipped to the side, or maybe I flipped to the side because I was the
Maybe
one.
you. Yeah,
Oh,
you had your issues with flipping, didn't you?
I don't think it was a big deal at all. It still worked. Maybe it was. Yeah, maybe about me. Wait, let me go
Yeah.
back to that because yeah, we were working super D's a lot. Oh, I flipped to the side. Oh yeah, that was probably me. Yeah. Oh,
Flip to
Madison's
the
back.
side.
Let's see. This was the follow up comment from earlier.
What? That's my daughter?
Oh, it was you, Bay. Look,
Wow.
look,
Madison's
Madison's got us in line over here.
she's kicking, he's throwing me right under the bus.
She and the new host of the show is Madison Mateo. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's
Oh
so
my
fun.
god.
How old is
Madison,
Madison now? Last time I saw Madison was it might be like 10 years ago.
I
Her
think it was, it's funny. When I touched base with Madison today, I was told about the podcast, and I was telling her how I says, Bay. I says, Bay's Dina's cousin. You met
yeah,
her at
3. Holy shit!
Julia's, I don't want to say confirmation or whatever.
Right.
And she, wow, it was
Julia
you,
just turned
Bay.
19 the
Boy,
other
she
day.
just threw you under the bus, Bay.
That's too funny. No, the last time I think I saw Madison was at the Penrose Diner. Her and Jen, and she was like right after she had surgery, or maybe on her leg or something. Am I right?
She had hip display. My poor daughter, she had a hip issues, and
Okay.
she had a her hip they had to break it and extend it. So I wonder if that's what it was.
I
But
think that's what it was. Yeah.
yeah, boy,
Wow.
Madison's on point.
Look at that.
She's
Yeah. Come back next week, Madison. I might need your help.
oh my god.
Well, Tony, seriously, thank you so much for doing this. And
Oh,
like,
thank you.
and this is like no bullshit aside, and nothing about wrestling or comments or anything else. Just sitting here with you tonight for 4 hours, friend to friend, has just been fucking amazing, man. And
Yeah, it has
I
been.
miss you, man, so much, and I love you, man. Seriously.
I love you, and I'm glad we extended. No matter how long Glenn was on, or how long Johnny was on, we even went past that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
it was. Yeah, this was good, and there's so much more to talk about. And I
Oh,
know
yeah.
you said somewhere down the line you put me and Johnny on, and Johnny's Johnny, and it's funny. After I saw the interview last week, well, when I first saw the interview with Glenn, that was just amazing. And it's funny what stand out for me how Glenn said that how me and Johnny were so violent and all, and we're really nice guys, Glenn. But when I called after your interview with Johnny last week, I called him up after you was on for whatever 3 hours. I said, John, I said, I got to give your props. Your goatee is so on point. and I was actually growing this goatee, and it was on point. But then a couple weeks ago, I tried to shave, and I gashed my lip and clipped my goatee. And I says, and I had to say to him, I said, "What's with that pencil thin mustache? You got to get rid of that." And then I said, "And what was the deal with that hat? That little Frenchie LaPew hat?"
Frenchie LaPew. Poor Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny's Johnny.
Oh man. So, is there anywhere you want people to get hold of you for anything, or
Listen, anyone who gets a hold of me wants to get hold of me. I'm on Facebook. It's Tony Stetson Mateo. Reach out, and it's funny after a few people have reached out that wanted me to do other podcasts with this, and naturally you were going to be my first and only. But yeah, I'm open for whatever.
yeah, man, do it.
You want to know the truth? I got nothing to hide.
There you
Nothing
go.
to hide.
There you go. See, now we need to do this in person with that bottle of spiced rum you got over there, some wine.
Yeah.
Look, my raviolis that are cold that I never ate. I was going to just eat them while we were talking, but I didn't.
Yeah, you know what? That would have been very insulting to me because I'm kind of like now it's what almost midnight.
I don't even know.
It is midnight, and
Yeah,
I'm
for you,
hungry.
it's
And
midnight.
being Italian the way I was, I am. I love raviolis.
Right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
now I'm
but
going
I
to.
appreciate you not eating during the segment.
Well, the show is called Chewin the Fat, so I figured I would just chew the fat.
Yeah, you'd be chewing the fat. Yeah, I got a whole new appreciation of certain foods, and yeah, boy.
And rum.
Yeah, spiced rum. I'm actually pouring a little bit more now before I go to sleep because I'm gonna go to sleep.
There you go. Well, hey, Tone, thank you again.
Bay, thank you, and we
It's
will
been
be
so
in
much fun.
touch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And thank you for being the most difficult person I had to train in my life.
A lasting memory. 30
Wow.
fucking 3-4 years later. It's a memory.
Yeah, boy, yeah, you were challenging. I give you credit, but I stuck by you.
Yes, you did.
I knew one day you would get it.
Yeah. You kidding? It was like, the modern day of school. They just pushed me through finally. So get the fuck out and go.
Yeah,
go
you know
work.
what? Enough is enough.
Yeah.
If you can bump, you can bump. If not, oh well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened.
Oh boy. It's funny. Have you spoken to Pat lately?
I have not. I have to. I want to get him on here too.
Listen. Let me ask you this question because
Sure.
Back in the day, I know Johnny always rode his whole life, and he said he was the pagans, the blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So my whole life, I always wanted a Harley.
Okay.
Right. So back when I turned 55, I finally said, you know what? I'm going to buy myself a Harley. So I remember people coming up to me and saying, "Oh, what do you have in a midlife crisis?" I says, "Hell no." I said, I waited 30 years and went through 2 marriages to get this Harley. Now you were a hell rider and you wore a Harley gimmick. Has your ass ever been on a Harley?
On a has it been on a Harley? Yes, I think.
That's not.
Yeah, no. I've rode. I used to have a bike. I used to have a Yamaha at one time. Yeah, but yeah, I never owned a Harley. And
So what you're telling me right now is that Hell Rider's gimmick was a falsehood.
not for Pat. Uncle
No,
Pat.
I know Pat rode.
Pat had a Harley. Yeah, I
Pat
think he
rode.
still has. He had like a '66 like flathead or shovel head or something, and I think he still has it. And that was 30 years ago.
Yeah. It's funny when I told you a story about my Harley and my second day on and how I broke my ankle. And
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
Madison's reminding us.
What? Madison's got a lot to say.
We're going to interview her.
He brought the Harley and broke his ankle the third day he had the bike. Wow, my daughter just threw me under the bus.
How
Well,
about
she threw you under the bus, and now she threw me under the bus. Yeah, but oh well.
too funny?
Oh boy.
What are you gonna do, right?
Yeah, no. It's funny when I had my Harley and broke my ankle, and it was stupid. It's very stupid. I was at the gym training when that's when I ran back into Johnny. And Johnny, Johnny said it was on the last podcast how he was with the pagans and blah blah blah. So he's mocking me because I had this cast on my leg. He said, "What happened with you?" I said, I told him, I went down on the bike and I would be at the gym regularly, and I was seeing him. So now I was at the point where I was getting my cast off and was getting ready to ride again. I said, Johnny, I says, I'm ready to ride the Harley again. I says, but I'm nervous because you get that fear, go break your ankle again. He said to me, I'll never forget. He says, Tone, stop overthinking it. He says, you remember all the times we went out and did what we did? What did we talk about? I said, nothing. He says, just go out there and get on the bike and ride it. And that's what I wound up doing. I went out. I says, you know what? Let me stop thinking about this. And I just got on the bike and rode it. And that was it.
You know what's funny now that I think about it? You were the guys, you and Johnny were the guys that came up with the Hell Rider's name
Yeah.
and named me and Pat. Because I remember initially Johnny kept saying CC Rider, CC Rider. And we are like, no. And we made it easy in HD.
Yeah. Because CC Rider, I was Joe Namath back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's the crazy life we live. But the memories we have, you know what? That's what I treasure the most. And the thing is, kids of today, and when I try to explain to him to who people who are quote wrestling fans how the business is, and they don't get it. They don't get it. Never will.
Never will. I was just gonna say that. Never will.
And the thing is, our bodies are so broken down and jacked up. But yet, you know what? We do it all again, wouldn't we?
That's the great.
That's like how insane is that?
Every time I stand up, like I have to stand up and like just like put my finger on something just to get my balance and everything, and I'm like, all right, and then I can try to start walking. It's just like
it's crazy. In when I turned 60, when I met my current wife in 2017, and she knew my knee issues, and she would say, you got to get your knees done. And I said, you gotta understand. I know I do, but I'm not ready. It was all mental thing. Yeah. And then when I finally got my knees replaced in 2020, and the fact that, being a wrestler, you just, you deal with pain in whatever way you can. And at that point, I was totally drug free. The opiates were gone. I was clean. And I remember when I went in to see the doctor, I says, I know my knees are bad. And he checked them. Yeah. And he didn't want to do both at the same time. I said, no, you got to do both. And I don't want no narcotics. And he said, yeah, I don't know. I said, no, it's either all or nothing. So he replaced both my knees. And I remember the rehab. Well, I remember I was in the hospital for a week. And when I say pain, it was ridiculous.
Wow.
And the funny story is, and I told the doctor, I says, listen, I have a drug issue. I don't want no narcotics. Just let me just heal on my own. And he said, okay, okay. And right the day after surgery, they started giving me some kind of pain med, which didn't bother me too much. Once they started feeding me Vicodin, I
Mm.
like went off because it was just like a. And my wife, I was in the hospital for a week, and my wife was she stayed with me the whole week. And there was this one night she woke up and she looked over at me, and she had to take a second glance at me, and she woke me up. So I'm laying in bed, balls ass naked, except for my knees covered. And then she went to the nurses the next day. You got to stop giving them pain meds. And at that moment, they took me off the pain meds, and I was on regular Tylenol. And I went home, and in 6 months, and not 6 months, 6 weeks, I was back riding my motorcycle. I healed myself. I didn't go no. I healed myself on my own, and unfortunately, since then my eyesight's been so jacked up because thanks to Johnny and all his chair shots,
Yeah,
double vision. But I you know what? It is what it is.
it is what it is. I want to get up there and see you, man. I really do.
Yeah, or
See
I
all
gotta
you
get
guys.
down there and see you.
Come on
Yeah,
down.
we gotta get together. Last time
Absolutely.
I saw you was at the ECWA training facility.
Yeah,
Remember that?
yeah. I popped in there one night. Yeah,
Yes, you did.
that was a long
Yeah,
time ago. That was like 6 years ago.
yeah, that was in 2017 or
Yeah,
yeah.
time's flying, man. Got to get together.
Yes, we do. I appreciate you. I love you, Bay. You know
Love
that from the bottom of my heart. And I appreciate the fact that
you. I
you were
appreciate
my most challenging student that I stuck with.
you. Too funny. Yeah, and I'll end it on this. It's weird, and I said this to I know I said it, Glenn. Maybe I said it to Johnny last week, but I think the ECW aside, I think TWA, that foundation that was built there with all of us guys, there's a true bond that's
Absolutely.
unbreakable bond between all of us
100%.
that is just amazing.
You know what? One more story before I end this. I remember when we were doing TWA stuff, and I remember we were doing this show up in Delcal.
Delco.
What's it? Delcal? Del
Delco.
Delco. And I remember Wahoo McDaniel was on the show, and this is before me and Johnny really started our crazy stuff. And I was talking to Wahoo, and he told us how to do the whole blade thing,
Hmm.
taping to your finger, blah 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 blah. And then shortly after that, I had to airbrush his head because of his bald spot, with the black paint. And I remember that night, me and Johnny worked each other, and then the next night, me and Mick Foley were working, and I love Mick. Mick was something special in the business. And I remember me and him were going to work for Joel somewhere in Jersey, and he says, "Tone, I want to talk to you." I said, "Yeah, yeah, what's up?" And we all know what Mick did for this business and how
Hmm.
hardcore he truly was.
Sure.
And we were doing this match, me and him, and Joel it was going to be a double DQ, because I was just coming up, and that's what it was going to be. And he's starting to go over the match the day before, And he says, "Yeah, at one point, you're gonna hit me or smack me, and I'll never forget this. And nobody will even acknowledge it." He says, "But don't smack me like you smack Hot Body." I see, you got it, buddy. You got it. You got it. And the funny thing is, looking back and what he did post that match, he did some crazy stuff. But yet he was so worried about that I was going to stiff him because of what me and Hot Body did.
That's
And
funny.
the sad part is, me and Hot Body got such a reputation for being so stiff and careless, but we weren't.
Mm-hmm.
That people and the fact that people were afraid to work with us.
Yeah.
But yet, I'm smooth as a baby's butt. But nobody know that.
It's funny. So funny. Tone, I love you.
Babe, I love you. I appreciate you. And definitely watch that cord, buddy boy. And some point, I know you said you got to have me and Johnny on together.
Yeah, I would love to do that. I think it would be funny.
I'm actually still kind of digesting this whole Ernesto thing next week. When you posted that thing about, I thought it would be DC, but wow. Yeah, I got to log in for
Well, here's the whole thing. Like, what I'm trying to do, because I'm watching the stuff, I'm trying to, like DC hasn't been on. He only did a few shots on. I don't even know what he did on TV because I stopped watching. But I'm trying to get the guys that have been on TV.
Right.
So I'm trying to get to coincide with what I've watched so far. So you guys have all been all over it. Ernesto's been on it a bunch. Glenn. So Cairo's going to be coming on. I'm going to be talking to Tommy, the Super D's, Gigolo Joe, Mawano. So there's going to be.
What's funny? Talk about Tommy Cairo. Now I love Tommy.
Yeah,
me and Tommy go back ways before ECW, and I feel for him. He lost his leg, and God bless him. But so many times he says, was him and Sandman started the whole hardcore thing, and I never had the heart to say, Tommy, no, you really didn't.
Yeah.
But, I love Tommy. Tommy's great. And, me and Tommy did some things together, and it could have been more than what we did with ECW, but it is what it is. And
sure,
that's that.
That's that.
And AJ, oh boy, AJ's probably going to burn your ear.
Oh, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one.
It's funny. AJ, I remember AJ back in the day. He never, for some reason, he didn't like Johnny. And I think his thing with Johnny was, why's he got to wear so many earrings in his ring and wrestle in them? Johnny had the whole.
Yeah.
And I talked to Johnny about that. He said, "No, I like the AJ." I said, AJ didn't really. Yeah, but they were the good old days, man. I'll tell you.
Man. That's funny.
Oh boy.
All right. On that note, let's wrap it up.
Yeah, we got to wrap it up because I got to hit the can. I got to pee.
Yeah, me too. On that note. All right, everybody. Tune in next week. We'll be back with Ernesto Benefica.
Oh boy! Wow. Good luck with that.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Take care, bud.